Good morning, everyone present in the hall today, and to our friends online. Welcome. I'd like to welcome the speakers and the experts, our frontline workers in the migrants advocacy, and to the rest of us learners and knowledge seekers. Today is going to be a very exciting day. My name is Attorney Rowena Mendoza. My friends call me Wina, and I only use attorney when I'm angry and when I want to sue somebody. So if you are not going to be sued, please call me Wina. I'm the director of Kaloob.org, which is a consultancy that works with nonprofits to help them become better at what they're already doing well. I'm your moderator this very exciting morning. And to prove to you how exciting it is, I actually tore my dress coming up here. So I don't think anyone can beat that. Um, so you're all here as part of the week-long summer academy on migration and local knowledge systems in the Philippine series. This was organized by several distinguished entities. We have the Missionary Sisters of St. Charles Borromeo Scalabrinians. We have Denis Hurley Peace Institute. And here I'm going to reveal my Filipino tongue and try to say this. In English, Technical University of Applied Sciences of Schwitzfort, forgive me, and UP-CIFAL Philippines, um, and the Benguet State University. Jointly, they are presenting today's symposium entitled Leaving No One Behind, Fortifying Local Knowledge Systems in Philippine Migration Governance. Today, we're going to know more about the relevance of local knowledge systems toward inclusive migration governance and sustainable development. I've worked in development for over 30 years. Some of those years was in anti-human trafficking and slavery. And one important lesson I learned in the practice of development is we cannot use the same paintbrush in dealing with our advocacies. Context is important. Input from the communities, the tribes, the cultures, geographies, they always have to be taken into account. So when I saw the objectives of this symposium, I was very heartened because I think the designers and the conceptualizers took this into account. We have now a platform to be inspired and to be encouraged to look through a more nuanced and contextual lens. Before we begin the sessions, may I ask everyone to please observe silence while the discussions are ongoing. For our virtual participants to mute themselves, there will be a chance for you to ask questions later this morning and another time in the afternoon. So now, to more appropriately and warmly welcome and open this event, I'd like to call on the Delegate Superior Asia Delegation of the Missionary Sisters of St. Charles Borromeo, Scalabrinian, Sister Elizabeth Pedernal, to welcome you all.
Thank you, Ms. Wina, or rather, Attorney Wina. Would you like that? Distinguished guests, speakers, friends, the partners, and the collaborators in this particular symposium. Pleasant morning to all. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this important symposium entitled Leaving No One Behind, Fortifying Local Knowledge System in the Philippines Migration Governance. Today we gather to address a critical issue affects countless individuals or families across our nations. Likewise, also our foreign relations to various nations. We are gathering as a part of a week-long summer academy migration study together with the other partners as mentioned before by Ms. Rina, and I want to repeat, Denis Hurley Peace Foundation, the Technical University of Applied Sciences, Würzburg-Schweinfurt, and Benguet University. Especially thanks to and with great gratitude, the UP-CIFAL Philippines, who are probing into the significance of local knowledge system, ensuring a whole of society approach to migration governance and sustainable development. Really, migration is an integral part of the Philippine experience, shaping our communities and contributing to our economy. However, it is also presents significant challenges that requires our immediate attention. As we navigate this complex landscape, it is essential to recognize the value of local knowledge system, and this system holds the key to understanding the unique context and the needs of our communities, allowing us to craft more effective and inclusive migration policies. Throughout the symposium, we will engage meaningful discussion, sharing some best practices of the various offices, some service providers, NGOs, INGOs, and other foreign friends who will be sharing their personal experiences that prioritize the voices of those directly affected by migration. Together, we can strengthen our governance frameworks and ensure that no one is left behind. I encourage each of you to actively participate in the sessions, share your insights, and collaborate with one another. Your expertise and experiences are invaluable as we work toward a more equitable and sustainable approach to the migration in the Philippines. As we walk through the different topics, I am bringing into attention the importance of fortifying local knowledge system in the Philippines migration. Just a while ago, prior to this session, we've been chatting and sharing the realities of migration here in the Philippines. And truly, there are many things that we can learn from each other. And truly, we can ask our local governments as well to fortify and seek importance of knowledge, of the local knowledge rather, in order to respond to the needs of our Filipino OFWs and their families left behind. Because these systems encompasses a wide range of knowledge, including traditional customs, resource management techniques, conflict resolution, methods, and social support structure. By acknowledging and integrating this local knowledge system into a migration governance, we can ensure that policies and interventions are culturally sensitive, contextually relevant, and effective in addressing the needs of migrants and their communities and the families left behind. Furthermore, the local knowledge system can play a significant role in enhancing the resilience and well-being of migrants, the FWs, and their families. They provide a sense of belonging, identity, social cohesion, which are essential for the successful integration of migrants into a new environment. Additionally, this system offers practical solutions for sustainable livelihood, environmental conversation, community development, which are critically component of a holistic approach to migration governance. As I end, I urge policymakers, which might be part of this symposium, the practitioners, the stakeholders involved in migration governance to prioritize the recognition and integration of local knowledge system into their work. By doing so, we can harness the collective wisdom and experience of our local communities to develop more effective, more sustainable, and right-based approaches to migration governance in the Philippines, but it can be reflected to the other realities as well. Dear friends, thank you for considering and being with us in this symposium. Let us embark to this journey together, committed to fortifying our local knowledge system and creating a brighter future for all. Once again, welcome, and we open the symposium. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Sister Beth. As you know, we started about 30 minutes later than we planned, so we will jump straight onto our sessions. There's been a bit of changes in our schedule, but it doesn't take away anything from the value and the rigor of the research and the work that's going to be presented to you today. We will start today with our talk on challenges and opportunities for promoting the rights and welfare of overseas Filipinos. We are very privileged to have with us as our speaker Ms. Irene Abano, an advisory officer of the Center for Migrant Advocacy. Let me tell you a little bit more about her. Ms. Rodora Irene Abano has been a longtime advocate for human rights since the 80s, especially the rights of migrants as well as women and children, and more recently, for the last decade, conservation of native plants, wild birds, and the natural environment and climate justice. Ms. Abano is a founding member, executive committee member, and an advocacy officer of the Center for Migrant Advocacy Philippines. She served as a coordinator of the Philippine Alliance of Human Rights Advocates in 2005. She also served as a management committee member and child development program coordinator of the Association of Migrant Filipinos and their families and friends, as well as a member of the management committee and head of the Field Operations Department of the Citizens Disaster Response Center. She participated in various trainings on international human rights and diplomacy programs and disaster management courses. She earned her Bachelor of Science in Pharmacy at UP Diliman. Please welcome her warmly, Miss Irene Abano.
Magandang umaga, good morning. I'm from the Center for Migrant Advocacy. Next slide, please. So, the CMA is a policy advocacy organization, and we promote the rights of migrant workers and their families. We also work to help improve their socioeconomic and political conditions through our programs, which are policy advocacy, direct services, capacity building, networking, and research and information. Next slide, please. So I hope to contribute to determining and comparing issues faced by migrants and families, locating areas for agency involvement for effective solutions, and identifying challenges and opportunities for promoting their rights and welfare. Next slide. I was supposed to be the third speaker, and I should have, USEC PY should have talked about migration governance, and Attorney Ariola should have talked about international treaties. And but then now I won't take up their topics, but I just wanted to show in brief that the Philippines has ratified the core human rights conventions and signed different regional treaties. No? We have also passed various laws pertaining to migrant workers. And we have different structures set in place, focused or mandated to provide programs and services for migrant workers. So the Philippines is touted as a global model on migration. Next slide, please. Sorry, but small, no? But we have been trying to look at the historical development of migration governance in the Philippines, covering different aspects of migration like social protection, regulation of the recruitment industry, a participation of migrant workers and their families in the political aspect, etc., etc. Next slide, please. And I also wanted to share that these are the usual sources of information for migrant workers and their families. So at the closest to them would be at the community level, and they would be asking former migrant workers or active migrant workers and their families for information on how to migrate or what to do if they have this problem. Of course, we have the existing pre-departure orientation seminars as well as the post-arrival orientation seminar provided by the Foreign Service Posts. Next, please. And these are also the sources of information of the local government units that the local government units are more and more involved in migration governance. Next slide, please. So if the Philippines is regarded as a global model on migration, regulation and protection, bakit ang dami pa rin pang-aabusong nararanasan ng OFWs, lalo na ng mga babae? No? Why do we still hear or read about many abuses being committed against our migrant workers, especially our women migrant workers? Next slide, please. So I tried to list down in our direct services program, we received complaints and requests for assistance from various migrant workers and their families. No? So it comes through either they come to the office or through other channels like Facebook, through the cell phone. Before we had the SOS texting, no? A domestic worker isolated in the Middle East, for example, can text and request for assistance. So for the last 5 years, no, from 2020 to 2023, we have seen that the top problems encountered by our migrant workers would be in relation to wages. No? So they are not paid, or their payment is delayed or underpaid, as well as illegal deductions. So that's the number one complaint that our migrant workers tell us. No? So we have, in the past 5 years, we have received an average of 289 cases. Compared to the previous, before pandemic, it was like around 200 only. So the other abuses that they suffer would be unpaid gratuity, severance pay, or end of service benefits. So during the pandemic, we were part of a campaign against what we called wage theft, to cover these unpaid or delayed or underpaid wages of our migrant workers. During COVID, there were a lot of those who were terminated. They are just suddenly brought to the airport to come home and not able to claim their remuneration for the labors that they have already performed. Of course, you would be familiar with the recurring abuses against domestic workers. So maltreatment comes in the form of physical, verbal, inadequate food, poor accommodations or no private space, overwork, or they are made to work for others like other family members, other households, or even houses of their friends, or sometimes even sold to other employers. Also, no day off, and insufficient rest and sleep, which results in illnesses and including mental health problems. And we have also facilitated assistance for OFWs in critical condition in hospitals here and abroad. You would also have heard about sexual abuses like harassment and rape against our domestic workers. The expired and lack of the residence visa, the ICAMA, and they have finished contract but were not allowed to go home, especially during the COVID period. No? Even seafarers, even if they have problems, they are made to wait for the next seafarers to replace them. I also listed what are the concerns before they leave, as well as upon their return. Next slide, please. So here are some photos of some domestic workers who suffered unimaginable abuses abroad, starting from floor contemplation in 1995, and then of course the more recent ones like what's her name? Julie, Jubilee. I think these are all in the Middle East. And also a listing of welfare cases in Kuwait. So the welfare cases listed by both OWA and DMW reflect similar abuses as our cases, the cases that we received. Next slide, please. And a newer type of case would be what IOM, I think, is the one that said it's called forced criminality. No? So as of 2023, there were 109 OFWs trafficked to the Lao, then 50 plus in Myanmar, 39 in Cambodia, and one in Thailand. No? And most of the victims from the Philippines are around 20 years old, bilingual or multilingual, and received secondary to higher education. So the Philippines is both a country of origin as well as destination in relation to cybercrime. So trafficked individuals are transferred within the Philippines as well, or from the Philippines to other countries like the ones I've mentioned. So examples of this would be the trafficked OFWs are forced to scam people, no? And they call it cybercrime. Cybercrime. Next. So we believe that the adverse drivers of migration, the structural gaps in the Philippines, is what pushes our people, many of our people to migrate. And because they want to hold on to their jobs, they do not want to risk losing their jobs or being repatriated, etc., etc. So they are very vulnerable to abuse, no? And for as long as these adverse drivers and structural gaps are not substantively addressed, then we would continue to have these human rights violations against our migrant workers. Next slide. So I also listed what offices need to improve on coordinating and cooperating on how to respond to the different concerns that I have identified. Next slide. Next slide. You can get the copy of the PowerPoint. Next slide. So what do we in CMA see as the challenges for promoting the rights and welfare of OFWs and families? No? So I've mentioned the adverse drivers of migration where being forced to migrate, then they tend to compromise their rights. No? And then we have so many OFWs and seafarers abroad, mostly in elementary and vulnerable jobs, dispersed in 238 countries. And many more are wanting to migrate. While we have only 38 migrant workers offices I don't know if there are more added already, 61 embassies and consulates, And we have now an aggressive policy for finding opportunities for our people abroad. The PEOs and the PIDOs are still limited in terms of quantity. Usually, you have to go to the urban centers to get these seminars. And of course, the quality, the content, the methodology of delivery, and the timeliness, no? So it has to be more timely than what's being done now. The expensive and long process of regular migration uh, sometimes pushes our people to take risks and take the unsafe channels of migration. Technological developments proliferate tempting offers online, including forced cyber criminality. And then DMWs, the Department of Migrant Workers, is still transitioning. For example, it's still forming MWOs in other areas and still capacitating the staff who will man these offices. No? And the shared government information system is still not in place, though the information of the different agencies are not yet talking to each other. Of course, we have these evolving policy reforms in the countries of destination, including in the Middle East, and the capacity of the varying capacity of local government units, the help desks, and the migrant resource centers. But of course, we are very optimistic because we also have opportunities for promoting the rights of and welfare of our migrants. Next slide. So these are just the distribution of the migrant workers offices. So if you compare it with the 238 countries, of course, that means an office would be in charge not only of the Filipinos in that country, but also of Filipinos in other countries. No? So that would also be quite difficult for the migrant workers where the office is not present. Next. So the opportunities that we look at are one, of course, the strong legal framework to protect migrants' rights and welfare is there. No, so we only need to refer to this, and of course, for the government side, they need a lot of political will, and of course, budget to implement what the policies have promised our migrant workers. No. And migration governance is not only at the national level, but it's down to the local government units. So aside from the migrant workers offices in the, I think, regions, or I think at the regional level, in the Philippines, we have these migrant workers offices abroad. But at the local level, the local government units are more and more in a situation of passing ordinances to create migrant help desks or migrant resource centers. So bringing governance closer to our migrant workers and their families in the communities. The presence of our OFW family circles and other migrant organizations, for example, Kagkalimwa is a federation of around 19 migrant organizations in Maguindanao province in Mindanao. These organizations are community-based and are actually can be maximized to expand LGU capacity in migration governance. While media and the technological developments pose risks to our migrant workers, they are also handy to create and disseminate, as well as for the OFWs to tap information and access programs and services, as well as to counter cybercrimes online. Of course, the policy reforms abroad, the different international platforms like the SDGs and the Global Compact on Migration, and the different treaty processes. For example, we maximize these treaty processes to supplement the report of government to the UN committees on migrant workers and the CEDAW committee. so that we are able to to provide a holistic view of how migration is in the Philippines. No? The different ASEAN and other regional platforms like Colombo Process, the Abu Dhabi Dialogue, and the bilateral labor and social security agreements of the Philippines, I think, has more than 52 bilateral labor and social security agreements. These are opportunities by which we can promote the rights and welfare of our migrant workers and their families. Next slide. So we are on our 50th year of migration, and there are the figures. We started with around 36,000 in 1975, and except there are a few dips, no, like during the restriction to entertainers in Japan, and then the restrictions on domestic deployment bans, no, there are dips, but lowest dip, I think, is during the COVID, where from 2.2 million deployment dip to 500,000. But now we are even beyond that 2022 levels again. We are happy to note that it's the President's wish that one day foreign employment will be driven by choice, not by necessity. No? These are actually mentioned by the other presidents in the past. Next slide. But we in CMA, we say, isn't it time for our migrant workers, especially those who are, have been living and working abroad for a long time, but they cannot come home because they think that it will not be better off if they come back in the Philippines. So we're calling on the government to give more attention to its reintegration program, and of course to substantively address the diverse migration, adverse migration drivers. No? So sana dito na tayo sa Pinas option should be the option for many of our kababayans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Abano. It occurred to me that maybe it's providential that we started with the challenges, because we see now a bit of a reality check of what's going on. And whereas the original plan was we go from big to micro, I'd like to invite you to look at it from this lens, from the micro, the reality of today, and we grow it to the macro by the end of this morning. Because now, after having heard the facts about being a global model with all its deficiencies and inefficiencies, we will talk about the gender responsive migration governance. So I'd like you to park everything you learned from Ms. Abano today and see where this governance, responsive migration governance, can help fill any of the gaps that she mentioned. Again, we're privileged to have another expert in our midst. The Senior Project Director of Miriam College's Women and Gender Institute will be speaking to us. She is Professor Aurora Havate de Dios. Aside from being the Senior Project Director of Women and Gender Institute, or WAGI, Professor Havate de Dios is also an Associate Professor of the Miriam College Department of International Studies. She's a former WAGI Executive Director and former Dean of Miriam College Higher Education Unit. She was the chair of the National Commission on the Role of Filipino Women from 2001 to 2003, now called the Philippine Commission on Women. Professor Aurora de Dios is also a former member of the UN Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and the first Philippine representative to the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children. She has a BS in Foreign Service degree from the University of the Philippines, an MA in Asian Studies from the University of the Philippines, PhD in Philippine Studies from the University of the Philippines, and PhD in Leadership and Organizational Development from the Southeast Asia Institute for Development. Please welcome Professor Habate de Dios.
Morning. Morning to everyone. Uh, Thank you all for coming. I know that, like me, you were perhaps trying to decide whether to go or not to go because of the rains. And you must be congratulated for your determination to come here today. Um, Before I start, I just would like to emphasize that as Ms. Abanya was telling us about the work of CMA, we are reminded that this year is very important for the Philippines because this is the 50th year of our migration journey. By that, I only mean uh, the formal start of our engagement in migration, because that was the first year when the Philippines decided to have a policy on sending migrants in the Middle East. That is to say that this is not the first nor the last time that the Philippines will be engaged in migration. In fact, it has sent people not as a systematic policy, but on the initiative of groups, individuals, families, for many, many years before that time. But the important thing that we are observing now is the 50th year when the Philippines adopted a policy of migration. Um, I also would like to emphasize that the theme today is very important indeed. Leave no one behind is a principle that is at the heart of the SDGs. What that means is that we cannot have development that only selects a few groups of individuals, the elite, the privileged, and the educated. Because if we do that, then the rest of humanity will not progress, and our work in development will not really bear fruit. Now, why are we looking at migration and the governance of migration as an important component of the leave no one behind principle? Well, for one thing, migrants are an important actor in development, as everybody has been pointing out. The second is that migrants are both visible and invisible. They're visible because we see them cross the borders. We see them when a lot of them are drowning when they're trying to cross from Africa to Europe. We see them when there are, uh, tragedies during wars, during pandemics. But they're also invisible at the same time, in the sense that data about them and the complete picture of what they experience and what they suffer has not been recorded, has not been documented enough. So that is why I consider migrants as both visible and invisible. Now, the reason why I think this program has chosen the theme of governance of migration is uh, the scale and the reach of migration and the number of people affected by migration is such that we cannot ignore. We cannot ignore, uh, just a few aspects of migration. And this is my critique of the government policy, which is to look only at the income coming in brought about by remittances. We do not see the other half of what migrants are suffering, what they are experiencing. So when development organizations claim that, you know, migration is so good, is so positive because it empowers, especially the women, it empowers women when they go out, experience being abroad, etc. Yes, that's true. But we must not ignore the other aspect of migration, which is the disempowerment aspect. That is to say that it has a price. We pay a price for those income that's coming in. We pay a price for the remittance that's earned by every migrant. So the stories behind those individual tragedies are not recorded at all. So as I said, in terms of research, we have not done enough, to capture the realities of migration. Now, going back to that's the first importance of this theme. The other importance is, and I thank CIFAL for always including gender. Uh, we are not only known as a country that has systematically shaped our policy on migration. We are admired worldwide because of the mechanisms that we had set up, our advocacy for migrant rights, but we're also admired for our leadership on gender issues. I have to say, as somebody who has worked with the UN, one of the things that I did as an expert in UN CEDAW was to fight for a resolution that took me 10 to 12 years to be included in the agenda of the UN, and that is the violence against migrant women workers. So that theme is now a permanent agenda in the UN. The second thing that I remember very clearly is our advocacy for the rights of floor contemplation. And that came in 1995 during the World Conference on Women in Beijing. It was the Philippines who appealed for mercy for floor contemplation, no, to no avail. But that also spotlighted our concern on the plight of migrant women workers, especially the domestic workers. So having said that, my intro to this short presentation, my topic is ensuring a gender-responsive migration governance. So I think we have to be reminded that migration is so different from what it was 100 years ago. In contemporary human mobility, it's not simply the movement of peoples across borders, uh, not only as an individual initiative, but it's become a major global and institutional concern of governments, institutions, families, and individuals. Now, because of its scale and reach, migration has also become a major commercial activity where migrants may face the risk of illegal recruitment, trafficking, and migrant smuggling. I have been to two important conventions, and I have seen the different levels of understanding, different levels of appreciation and valuing of migrants as human beings. There were two conventions that I helped negotiate. This is the Convention Against Migrant Smuggling and Trafficking of Persons. In the trafficking of persons, where human beings are sold and resold, as part of syndicate, there is a lot of sympathy for the victims. But in terms of migrant smuggling, all the countries are not very sympathetic to the migrants, even if they become victims. This is because they perceive migrants to be consciously consenting to being smuggled so that they can go abroad. I think this is where our different countries differ in terms of their perception and in terms of their respect for human rights. Nagkakaiba na, no? Pagka migrant ang pinag-uusapan, countries are very conscious that they don't want foreigners, they don't want migrants in their midst because they perceive them to be competitors, they perceive them to be initiators of crime, etc. So I think it's important that we remind ourselves that while we as Filipinos value migration because of its contribution to our families, communities, and development, that is not the way it is appreciated abroad. At the destination countries, migration has also generated some of the most negative attitudes of foreign residents, such as discrimination. If you are Black, then you are not fully a human being. No, you are discriminated in every way. Xenophobia and abuse. No, this is hatred of foreigners, as a result of which they are not treated the same way as citizens. So all of these negative attitudes are generated by the presence of foreigners in their midst, even if these foreigners are contributory to our to their development. Also, the uh, contemporary migration now um, has been, has also seen the spread of health and other pandemics like COVID, which was not there before. Also, although World War I and II has ended, wars and conflicts of different scale, small, medium, civil war, etc., ethnic wars, where migrants are often caught in the crossfire. You never really know when a conflict arises and where Filipinos are. So the first thing that we always want to know is, are there Filipinos who died? Are there Filipinos who were injured? So that's how often our migrants are facing risks at every turn. And then, of course, there is the exclusion from social and health programs of the destination countries. Um, Now, therefore, because of the scale, the reach, and the impact of migration in both developing countries as well as the destination countries, migration has become an integral part of the global economy. And migrants are important actors in the development both of the sending and receiving countries. There is a need for for governance in migration because its potential contribution to economic growth can be hampered by barriers and obstacles, by repressive policies, as well as discriminatory social norms and practices in the destination countries. Migration, if left unregulated and unmonitored, can be exploited by recruiters, traffickers, and organized crimes, victimizing thousands of migrants. So, on the other hand, if we can manage migration at the present time and its global scale, it can effectively achieve at the national, regional, international levels the goals of the SDGs, particularly in terms of alleviating poverty. Now, how do we define migration governance? I will refer to IOM, which has studied this extensively. Migration governance is the combined framework of legal norms, laws and regulations, policies and traditions, as well as organizational structures at the subnational, national, regional, and international levels, and the relevant processes that shape and regulate states' approaches with regard to migration in all its forms, addressing rights and responsibilities, and promoting international cooperation. Now, again, focusing on the plight of women, and this is not to say that I'm not including LGBT and other genders. This is only because the data that I have seen is on migrant women. I haven't seen discussions of migrant LGBT, for example. That's a gap in research. Um, the women who are mostly coming from developing countries are usually confined to low-end jobs or informal employment, which are not covered by labor laws nor any social protection. And of course, these types of job are those groups of women that are socially and politically excluded from decision making, from health programs, etc. And as I mentioned, there is palpable invisibility because of the lack of specific disaggregated data on the conditions of migrant women. We just lump them as, uh, people or women who are into this type of the domestic work, period. And you really don't know where they are, what are they experiencing, etc. Um, Ambassador Princesa is here. She was my student in migration studies. She was ambassador in the Middle East for a long time, and she invited me to see for myself the kind of suffering, the kind of life that our domestic workers are experiencing in UAE, no? Na hindi katulad ng Saudi na thousands talaga ang nagsasuffer sa araw-araw. So those types of data we're just beginning to understand. Now, when we say migration governance, we mean a whole, what do you call this, a whole set of laws and policies related to migration in both sending and receiving countries. Now, when we examine these two aspects of migration, magkakaiba sila, no? Yung isa mas repressive, no? As we know, for example, that in the US-Mexico border, araw-araw yan, no? May mga police, may mga border guards, etc. So, mas repressive. When it comes to sending countries, mas liberal, no? They're eager to send people abroad because of the remittances. Now, part of the migration governance that we have seen in the last 20 years, in the last 20 years, are the international and regional conventions, agreements on migration that is consistent with human and UN standards I think each of these convention and agreement was a product of very intense uh, discussion and debate. No? Because as I said, we're looking at how we should be treating migrants. So far, I think we have a set of very human rights oriented agreements. Now, the problem is you have these conventions, but the implementation and the observance of the different countries differ a lot. So, for example, most of those who signed up and agreed and supported the Convention on Migrant Workers are the sending countries, and only a few of the receiving countries have agreed. So you can see that the implementation cannot be complete without the other party. So migration governance must include mechanisms, institutions, and agencies in both national and international levels in charge of the actual management of migration. And lastly, I think we have enough experience, not only here in the Philippines, which we can really be proud of, but also in other countries, particularly when it comes to crisis management. Pag may gera, pag may pandemic, kailangan ng evacuation, I think one of the things that I appreciate in government is its readiness. Its readiness to rescue, to save our migrants when they are in crisis, no? And not, this is not always the case, but at least for the most part, meron tayong ganong mekanismo. So I think this is something that we can continue to be a model of. Now, while we have all these mechanisms towards migration governance, we need to sharpen it some more, no? we need to, and this is the essence of leave no one behind. When we leave no one behind, we care to identify some of the gaps and some of the inadequacies of the present system by sharpening our analysis, sharpening our data, data management. So, for instance, for starters, we can identify gender-specific data gaps to establish the existence of migrant women workers and the terms and conditions of their work. We can also identify gender-specific health conditions, particularly and needs of migrant women workers. For example, we do not presume that they just need health assistance. They may need reproductive health services. They may also need, all kinds of family counseling because most of uh, most of our women are not only family members, they are breadwinners, particularly in the context of Filipino families. So women can really play a role, and their physical, mental, and social well-being is of utmost importance if they are to continue working abroad. In terms of access to specific pathways, rates and type of employment, representation and discrimination can also be examined. No? Are they represented anywhere? Can they speak out? Whom can they approach when they have a problem? What do they do uh, when they are discriminated? Also, nabanggit kanina ni Ms. Abanyo, yung treaty processes. Sometimes, and I know this for a fact, I am in one committee and CEDAW is only one of 9 treaties that countries usually ratify. And this is the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. But many countries also ratify the Human Rights Treaty, the Committee on Children, Convention on the Rights of Children, the rights of persons with disabilities, etc., etc. But most of them have not agreed to the Convention on the Rights of Migrant Workers. So while some countries respect human rights, they do so only up to a point. Pero pagdating na ng migrants, ayaw na nila. Or at least they turn a blind eye. So that is to say that hindi sila consistent when they advocate for human rights. They turn a blind eye to the plight of migrant workers. And that attitude and that position really, negates the very essence of leave no one behind. So there needs to be a harmonization of labor laws on women with international standards. For example, ILO Convention 193, which is to recognize domestic work as work and to be included in labor laws, has not been ratified by many countries that employ a large number of domestic workers. And this has already been emphasized by Sister. Take a whole of society and whole of government approach, establishing multi-ministerial and multi-stakeholder mechanism to support the identification, development, implementation, and monitoring of key policies and interventions on women. This is just to end my presentation. I think the essence of Leave No One Behind is to focus on those groups of people that are otherwise not given attention to, such as gender, and I must emphasize LGBT. We don't have enough data on that, as well as persons with disability. So kulang na kulang pa yung ating emphasis on leave no one behind. But as far as gender is concerned, we are slowly institutionalizing the mechanisms for the recognition of gender as an important component of our intersectional analysis. So I think I have just to wrap up that it's important for us to understand migration as a process. It's a process that needs to be examined, analyzed, and to make improvements on as we go along. As we hear the stories, as we hear the tragedies, that we should, really focus on what are the best practices that has so far worked and what are some of the experiences that need not be repeated, like the floor contemplation case. So marami pong salamat and good morning.
Thank you very much, ma'am. What struck me in the two talks is how often they've talked about being a model. And in development, when you think of a model, you think, oh, we've successfully overcome something or successfully conceptualized something, and we can roll it out. But also the flip side of that coin that I'm hearing from our speakers is we paid the price to become that model. We had the floor contemplations, we had the abuses, we have all of these cautionary tales. And we're building our model on the shoulders of these men and women who have had to suffer so that we can come up with better laws, better policies. So it's great to be a model, but it's also great to remember those cautionary tales so that they're not repeated, as our speakers have said. I think you guys are doing such serious work. To be honest, when they asked me to be moderator, I thought, how am I going to keep these people awake? The schedule is so tight. And most moderators will come up with games. I was thinking I'll do a tumbling act to entertain you, but this group doesn't need entertainment. Your work is urgent. Your work is absolutely necessary. Now, let me ask you to think of it this way. You started with a micro, with the reality check from our first speaker. We moved to gender policies. So we opened it up a little. Now we're going to open it up some more. We're going to talk about not just gender policy, we're talking about transformation, migration. The subject of our next speaker is transformation and prospects of Philippine migration governance. So we're opening the door a little wider. Our speaker is attorney Patricia Yvonne PYM Kaunan. She's the Undersecretary for Policy and International Cooperation of DMW and Chief Negotiator of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. She championed the first ever bilateral labor agreements of the Philippines with Alberta, Canada, and Vienna, Austria. She co-chairs the International Advisory Committee on Global Maritime Affairs. She graduated with a degree in commerce, majoring in management of financial institutions from De La Salle University in Manila, and obtained her Juris Doctor from the University of the Philippines College of Law, acing the Philippine Bar in 2009. Let us all please welcome Undersecretary Patricia Yvonne Kaunan.
Thank you, Attorney Mendoza. Good morning to everyone. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. You can call me PY. It's such a long name, but you can call me PY. Magandang umaga from the Department of Migrant Workers, from the tahanan of our overseas Filipino workers, or the home of our OFW. Dear colleagues, distinguished participants, it's with a great honor and privilege that I stand before you today at this gathering and at this pivotal moment in our history, commemorating the 50th year of our government-managed overseas employment program. The Philippines has long recognized that migration is a multifaceted issue that requires comprehensive governance grounded in data-driven, evidence-based policymaking. This approach ensures that we respond effectively to the needs of our workers abroad and that the policies we implement are based on accurate real-time data, maximizing their impact on national development. The sector of overseas Filipino workers is one of the most vital, yet most vulnerable segments of Philippine society and economy. This is complemented by a government that is acknowledged internationally as one of the leading pioneers in the development of a state-managed overseas employment program. Indeed, the Philippines is widely regarded and is seen as the global standard in immigration, labor export, and labor migration governance. As we reflect on the past 5 decades, we are reminded of the profound impact that labor migration has had on our society, economy, and government. What began as a temporary measure in response to employment opportunities in the Gulf region has evolved into a multifaceted phenomenon that shapes the lives of millions of Filipinos both at home and abroad. The history of contract worker migration in the Philippines can be traced to the recruitment of agricultural workers for Hawaii and the western part of the United States. Through the 1950s and 60s, Filipino workers found employment in Asian countries working in agriculture and logging industries. Then in the 1960s, Filipinos migrated to parts of Europe and North America, and after a brief respite, migration again swelled in the 70s when the Middle East opened its doors to foreign labor. Afterwards, in the 70s, state participation in labor migration was new, and the Middle East destinations were uncharted territories. The erstwhile Philippine Overseas Employment Administration, the POEA, now subsumed under the Department of Migrant Workers, processes and deploys hundreds of thousands of workers every year, with the Middle East employing most of the land-based Filipino workers. The exodus of OFWs to the Middle East can be traced in the Philippines government economic strategy back in the 1970s of promoting overseas contractual employment. The Philippine government looked to labor export to the Middle East, where the construction industry flourished after an oil increase in the 1973. Despite being intended as a temporary stopgap to alleviate the local and unemployment woes during that time, labor export has developed into an indispensable part of the Philippine economy. From 1974 to 1985, the government's policy on the export of labor espoused two objectives. Number one, the promotion of overseas employment opportunities for Filipino workers. And number two, alleviation of the nation's balance of payment deficit by generating foreign exchange. Although the 1974 Labor Code marked the formal beginning of labor exportation from the Philippines, it was not until 1978 that such exportation became an official component of the National Development Strategy. Originally viewed as a temporary answer to the country's unemployment and severe balance of payment problems during that time, the export of labor has become an institutionalized and pervasive aspect of Philippine political economy. The decisive role of the state in mobilizing the flow of international labor migration from the Philippines resulted in the transnationalization of a large segment of the working class. Our journey in labor migration governance dates back to the 70s, as I earlier said. Um, and when the Philippine government began actively managing labor migration, particularly in the Middle East. The Labor Code, created in 1974, not only institutionalized labor migration, but it uh, laid the foundation for organized labor export, which was further strengthened in subsequent years by other legal frameworks, including the establishment of then the Overseas Employment Development Board. Now, the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers in 2021 under Republic Act 11641 marks a new era in this governance, consolidating all functions related to overseas employment under one department. The last 5 decades have witnessed profound changes in how we manage labor migration. From 1974 Labor Code to the creation of OWA and the POEA, these institutions established the structure that allowed us to protect and promote the welfare of our migrant workers. The creation of the Department of Migrant Workers is a monumental step forward in how the Philippines manages labor migration. This transformation allows us to better protect and promote the rights and welfare of OFWs by ensuring that all stages of their migration journey, from pre-deployment to eventual reintegration, are handled within one unified system. The DMW represents the next step in this transformation, designed to streamline services and create a one-stop shop for all OFW-related matters from recruitment to reintegration. Allow me to discuss three core elements defining this transformation. Number one, and most important, is the rights-based approach. Our migration policies now are anchored in the protection of migrant rights, using evidence from the ground to guide our decision making. For instance, the deployment of workers only occurs in countries with verified protections for migrant workers based on agreements, multilateral conventions, or existing labor laws. Number two, data-driven, evidence-based policymaking. The DMW ensures that the programs we implement and the agreements we negotiate are backed by robust data. Whether it's improving recruitment processes or enhancing worker protections, our focus remains on crafting policies that are informed by data on worker conditions, deployment trends, and labor market needs. And number three, a full cycle reintegration program. We no longer see reintegration as a final stage, but as part of a full cycle approach that begins before deployment. The DMW's reintegration programs, built on data regarding workers' needs and family situations, offer OFWs financial literacy, livelihood programs, and career development opportunities, ensuring that their return to the Philippines, to their home, is successful and sustainable. Next slide. The Philippines is seen as a global leader in migration governance, as I think discussed earlier. We don't know if there are pros and cons to this, but allow me to discuss later on. But particularly, I'd like to emphasize that we're seen as a global leader in our commitment to fair, ethical, and sustainable recruitment practices. We have ratified all three major international conventions on migrant workers, demonstrating our commitment to upholding the highest standards for the protection of migrant workers' rights. The Philippines has long been recognized as a pioneer in state-managed overseas employment program, and we have established a complex institutional and legal framework to promote and protect the rights of OFWs. Our commitment is reflected in the ratification of key international conventions. This commitment to ethical and fair recruitment practices makes the Philippines a role model in international labor migration governance as we continue to advance protection for OFWs in both multilateral and bilateral agreements. With the establishment of the DMW, we have centralized and consolidated functions that we previously scattered across multiple agencies. The DMW now assumes the powers and responsibilities of 7 agencies, including the POEA, the International Labor Affairs Bureau under the Department of Labor and Employment, and the National Reintegration Center for OFWs. The consolidation ensures that our migrant workers are better protected, their welfare more effectively promoted, and their contributions to the national development recognized. The DMW's rights-based approach ensures that OFWs are regarded as co-architects of national development. We have prioritized key programs that support migrant workers through the migration cycle, from pre-departure to on-site services. And finally, the reintegration to Philippine society. These programs are designed to address both the economic and social needs of our workers and their families, ensuring that they have access to services that will help them thrive abroad and upon their return. Let me proceed to the future prospects for migration governance. And thank you, Fo. Looking ahead, the future of migration governance in the Philippines will continue to be shaped by, by by the following forces. First, data-driven policymaking. Um, for the information of everyone, we have created under the Department of Migrant Workers. I hope that we seek collaboration and partnerships when it comes to this office. We have the Institute for Advanced and Strategic Studies on Migration and Development. Last July, we hosted an international data summit on migration and development. And I was given an opportunity to speak before members of the academe, members of international organizations. And clearly, I was overwhelmed by the amount of studies, research on overseas Filipino workers. But I emphasize as USEC for Policy and International Cooperation that it is very important that the end user of this data, of these researches and studies, are our overseas Filipino workers. And with that, we establish partnerships with the different researchers and members of the academe. And this data summit that we hosted last year, we plan to do it again. This year, we partnered with Princeton University, and we hope that next year we'll be able to invite everyone, UP-CIFAL and other organizations to participate again in this data summit. The Institute for Advanced and Strategic Studies on Migration Development uh, was established to carry out the purpose of developing and creating studies on migration and development, and to conduct advanced and strategic up-to-date studies on global migration and development trends. So we hope that we'll be able to establish more partnerships for this institute. Going back to the future prospects for migration governance in the Philippines, a second uh, factor is stakeholder engagement and the whole of society approach. Effective migration governance is not just about policy, it's about bringing together stakeholders, workers, families, employers, civil society, international partners, academe, to collaborate on solutions. This is why we're strengthening our partnerships across sectors, particularly in expanding new markets for our overseas Filipino workers, such as the care economy and green job sectors. The care economy, for instance, represents a growing demand for skilled workers. We have an ongoing project in the department regarding the upskilling and reskilling of our domestic workers, some of whom or most of whom are transitioning to caregiving roles. We know that by 2030, there will be a lot of vacancies in the healthcare sector all over the world, including the Philippines. Um, we have been discussing the situation of our domestic workers who are unrecognized actually as part of the care economy. Some of them are uh, functioning as caregivers but are not recognized and in fact are underpaid. So we have this program in the department to launch upskilling and reskilling programs and to be able to develop markets for domestic workers who are upskilled to become caregivers or part of the care economy, and for them to be able to not only uh, earn more more income for their families, but also have a career pathway for them. At the heart of all our efforts is our commitment to ethical and sustainable recruitment. Bilateral labor agreements, friends, is actually under the cluster that I lead. Currently, we have around 46 bilateral labor agreements, and we have the most number of BLAs in the world. When we started with the Department of Migrant Workers, we made sure that we'll be able to come up with a more comprehensive bilateral labor agreement that would reflect fair, ethical, and sustainable recruitment practices. We have introduced as early as 2022 in bilateral labor agreements when it comes to our healthcare professional and nurses, a developmental cooperation framework. We all know that we also need our nurses here in the Philippines. We also know that our nurses, some of them, have plans to work abroad and pursue better opportunities for them and their families. And we do respect that. But when it comes to bilateral labor agreements in healthcare, we incorporated sustainable developmental areas of cooperation, including scholarships for nursing students, faculty capacity building, joint or mutual collaboration when it comes to policy, to research and policy making, and upgrading of educational facilities, upgrading of health facilities. So we have incorporated these provisions in our Alberta, Canada MOU, in our Vienna MOU, and just recently, our most recent signing is the bilateral labor agreement, the first for Singapore, the MOU with Singapore on nurses that was signed last month here in Manila. For 11 years now, uh, we have been applying and we have been rolling out the triple win agreement with Germany. This is a prime example of what we are doing and what we are improving when it comes to the development framework of our bilateral labor agreements for healthcare. Looking forward, the DMW is focused on expanding into new markets, aligning with our workforce and the global trends. As I said earlier, we have the Care Economy initiative for our upskilling of our domestic workers. And second, the green jobs. We know that we are promoting as well green jobs in the Philippines, but we would like to, of course, increase the efforts when it comes to capacity building of our workers. In the works right now is the first ever green bilateral labor agreement with circular migration and sustainable recruitment provisions with one of the countries in Europe. And this aims to provide work opportunities for our workers in renewable energy sectors and the likes. But later on, incorporate we incorporated a reintegration provision for them to return to the Philippines and also work on the green jobs here. I have, I think, 3 more minutes, but just would like to stress that we continue to negotiate and strengthen bilateral labor agreements with countries that are keen to hire Filipino workers. Um, when I had a chance to deliver a speech in Europe, currently, well, to put context to what I'm about to say, we are approached by almost all countries in Europe currently, not only for nurses, but also for our skilled workers. But Europe is not like the Middle East. They're not used to our framework. As I said earlier, we have been doing the labor migration program or labor employment program in the Middle East for 50 years now. But with Europe, they are not so familiar with this regulatory framework. That's why on the ground, we are facing a lot of challenges, one of which is third country recruitment and illegal recruitment in Europe. Um, and this is the reason why we have active engagement and efforts to engage with our bilateral partners in Europe through bilateral labor agreements at the multilateral front, and also when it comes to our stakeholders' engagement. It's very important for us to um, orient the employers in Europe about the regulatory framework in the Philippines. This month, we're about to open the first 2 migrant workers offices under the Department of Migrant Workers. We have 39 Philippine overseas labor offices that we absorbed from the Department of Labor and Employment. And we were tasked under the Republic Act 11641 to create new migrant workers offices. And the first 2 we will be able to open this month, September. 2 would be in Vienna and in Budapest. The 2 offices used to be under our migrant workers office in Milan. So coinciding with our opening of our migrant workers offices in Hungary and in Austria, the one in Austria covers 4 countries. That would be Austria, Slovenia, Croatia, and Slovakia. And with Hungary, it covers 7 other countries. So one office covers, 7 countries. Um, it is very important for us to launch our Foreign Stakeholders Summit or Foreign Employer Summit. And this is where we orient current employers and prospective employers about the framework that we have when it comes to protecting the rights of our overseas Filipino workers. Um, just to add, maybe some of you are wondering why we created an office in Budapest and in Vienna. Back, back in 2018, we launched through the POEA a pilot program in Budapest. And that resulted in an increase in the number of work opportunities for our workers, skilled workers in Budapest. Now we have around 15,000 workers in Hungary, and this resulted in, I mean, at first they did not expect the kind of demand, but because of the reputation and of Filipino workers, they are now forecasting that there will be more demand for Filipino workers in the region. Given that, we plan to open 6 more migrant workers offices next year. Hopefully, um, 2 in Africa, in Abuja and Pretoria, an office in Oslo. We don't have an office in the Nordic region. One in Ankara, and the other one would be in Warsaw. So, in conclusion, the future of migration governance lies in the effective use of data and the engagement of all stakeholders. And I said earlier, the adoption of the rights-based approach. So as we continue to innovate and improve our policies, we remain confident that through collaboration, partnership, cooperation, transparency, data-driven solutions, and whole-of-society approach, we can create a migration governance framework that is inclusive, fair, and sustainable for our OFWs. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Kaunan. With that talk, we end our series of talks for this morning, and we will pick up again this afternoon. Thank you, Attorney Kaunan, Ms. Irene Abano, Professor Havante de Dios. I don't know if you noticed how the three talks somehow had a line drawn straight through the talks. We started off this morning with Ms. Abano talking about some suggestions, some opportunities. You know, one of that stands out in my mind is she talked about how community has to be involved in helping with the migrants. And then we go and talk about gender, and one of the things that Professor mentioned is how migrants are both visible and invisible. We wrap it up with a talk of Attorney Kaunan, where she talks about involving the communities, having a holistic approach to the policies that they're working on. And in the process, hopefully, the prayer is that migrants will no longer be invisible. And through these policies properly implemented, monitored, and with the oversight of the very active nonprofits, religious organizations, and CSOs, they will no longer be invisible. So having said that, we'll move on. I'm sure you all have a lot of questions. For those in online, we will ask you to please write your questions in the chat box, and one of the staff will bring it to the attention of the people here in the room. There will be a microphone there. So we will ask you to please line up in front of it. For now, I'd like to invite Attorney Kaunan, Ms. Abano, and Professor Habante de Dios to the stage so that they can respond to your questions. Please, now it's your time to speak. Anyone? Are there any questions? Please, the microphone is here. Please mention your name and the organization that you belong to before you ask your question.
Morning. So good morning. Thanks very much to all the speakers. I have two questions. First of all, my name is Marla Assis. I'm from the Scalabrini
The
Migration.
mic is not so loud.
Hello.
There.
All right. Thanks again, and this is take two. So good morning to everyone, and thank you to all the speakers. My name is Marla Assis from the Scalabrini Migration Center. So I have two questions. One of them is for Irene. So I'd like to ask Irene, I know that they have a lot of experience at the Center for Migrant Advocacy in working with local government units. And so if you can share with us some of the experiences that you have, particularly what are the, because not many local government units have migration related institutions. So if you could share with us some of your insights
on what are the factors why some local governments are more receptive in having migration-related institutions as well as programs at the local level that are intended for OFWs and their families. And my second question is to you, Sec PY. Thank you very much for the overview. And I very much appreciate what you have mentioned about our bilateral agreements having a developmental framework. I would just like to ask, what are your thoughts about the monitoring of bilateral agreements? No? Because I know that in previous studies, it has been mentioned that after bilateral agreements are signed, we don't really have much ideas on how they are enforced and how they are monitored. And so I'd like to know your thoughts on how these bilateral agreements will be enforced both on the Philippine side as well as on the destination side. And what do you see as the role of non-governmental institutions and actors in the enforcement and the monitoring of BLAs? Thank you.
Can we start with Miss Irene?
Thank you for the question, Marla. We are our it has become a big program now for CMA, reaching out to our local government units. No, we have been working at the national level for a long time, but we felt that it's important to reach out at the local level because it's there where the migrants come from. That's where their families are, and that's where they will be returning in the future. Because if it's temporary migration, they will have to return. And so, in terms of the legal framework, it's in the law that the local government units under the peso should create their OFW help desk, or it's also called migrant resource centers for other municipalities or cities. So it's a good development that a number of municipalities and cities, and even at the provincial level, that they have formed either help desk or migrant resource center. Uh, and what's also we have observed is that uh, these LGUs are more open to working with the community-based organization. So the OWA has formed what they call OFW family circles, no? Taking off from the membership of member OFWs of OWA. So CMA, what we do is to work with the OFW family circles as well as other migrant organizations at the community level. And then if they are not yet in touch with the local government units, or uh, the relationship is not so developed yet, then we help link them up with the local government units. And then we also help capacitate these OFW family circles. For example, we give them seminars on what are the laws, what are the social costs of migration, what are the different programs of government. We invite the different government agencies to talk to these OFW family circles so that they have face-to-face interactions. It's easier to work when you have faces to the names, no? So, including not only the not only OWA and DMW, but also other government agencies, for example, DA, DTI, etc., etc. Because the OFW family circles, in the main, are returned migrant workers and families of both returned as well as active migrant workers. And so their concern also is economic livelihood. So we get them to work together so that the migrants uh, are able to input for example, to the local development plans. No? So the challenge is that the attitude of local governments, of course, are of varying levels. No, the level of the OFW help desk or MRCs are also varying depending on the political will. Are they willing to pass the ordinance to create? Because then if there's an ordinance, then there can be a budget for the OFW help desk. If if the help desk is just one of the tasks assigned to, for example, the PESO or the planning officer, etc., then we cannot expect so much. So that's one. The other one is that, of course, the politics behind. No? So sometimes the one in the OFW help desk would be replaced when the next local official is changed. No? So we capacitate the help desk, and then after 3 years, we have to capacitate the next help desk. No? Things like that also play a factor.
Thank you very much. Ms. Marga, thank you very much for the question. Um, I came from the private sector. And in the private sector, my training was when we sign agreements, we have to implement those agreements. Um, when when I was appointed together with then Secretary Toots Ople, she instructed me to do a thorough review of the existing bilateral labor agreements. Of course, as everyone here in the room, no, we all know that there are standard provisions in bilateral labor agreements. And one of the standard provisions is the conduct of a joint committee meeting. And in my mind, I was like, so you only meet once a year. You meet once a year, and that's only for a day or two, and that's where you get to check with each other on the projects that you have. I informed Secretary Ople, this is not going to be effective moving forward. Um, and my suggestion, I told her, would entail a lot of work, but that's what we need. So this is what we are doing and the template that we are doing. We signed a joint declaration with Saudi Arabia when we reopened it. And together with that joint statement that we signed, it was Secretary Ople who signed on behalf of the department. There were action items there. And one of the action items was my suggestion, which is the conduct of a regular joint technical working group. For the information of everyone, we are meeting weekly with our counterpart ministry. And I was told that did not happen before, that you had a meeting with with in the case of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. We meet weekly. One of the action items there, I just want to inform everyone, is our suggestion that when it comes to the salary of our domestic workers, that they should be made through the digital wallet, through the digital, so that we know who's paying and who's not paying, because that's always been an issue when it comes to our OFWs. Yesterday, the representatives of the MHRST went to the department to inform us that they are going to fully implement already the payment of salaries to domestic workers in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia through digital payment, incorporated in the Musaned system, which means that if there is a claim on the part of our workers that there is unpaid salary, they can easily check how many months and who did not pay and when was the payment. Another gain is that, in other words, nangungulit kami every week. To ensure compliance, you need a proactive stance. You need a proactive government. No? Another one is monitoring. Coming from the private sector, we discussed earlier that we have this, our view is that the government has this legal framework in place. Very good, right? That's not enough because our workers, they're not here in the Philippines. They are abroad. So we have to be able to have strong cooperation to ensure that the framework we have in the Philippines is mirrored abroad because that's where they are. If it's not mirrored, then how can you say that you are able to protect our workers? That I think is one of the purposes of a bilateral labor agreement, to ensure that there's a mirroring of protection frameworks. So, Ma'am Marga, um, first with Saudi Arabia, we're doing weekly joint technical working group. With Kuwait, we have also regular joint technical working group. Just recently, with Qatar, we signed a joint uh, communique with Qatar in August this year through here in Manila. The first item is the no placement fee policy for all workers, all Filipino workers. Ms. Marga, in less than 3 days, we incorporated it already in our system and was able to roll it out. The bilateral labor agreements and other agreements or instruments that we sign, it is important to number one, as I said, come up with a coordination mechanism that meets more than once a year. And it is institutionalized already in the framework. It can be in the parang working group level, and then it can be elevated depending on matters. No? Second is to institutionalize through issuances, department orders, administrative orders, and put accountability on the items that we have agreed upon in the bilateral labor agreement. We cannot just sign the agreement and not put that into action. That is a waste of time and resources. We don't do ceremonial signing in the Department of Migrant Workers. Every signing should be put into action. So for example, this no placement fee in Qatar, there's already an issuance of the department. By September 15, all workers, whether skilled, of course, domestic, we don't have placement fee, but all workers, Filipino workers bound for Qatar, bawal na po yung placement fee. You cannot charge placement fees. At the same time, we have this regular monthly joint technical working group, not just DMW, but interagency. So I want you to be able to visualize this, the one with Austria, where we have a developmental framework. So what we did, we called the Joint Technical Working Group. Interagency on the part of Austria, interagency on the part of the Philippines. And then we did subcommittees. So our TESDA with their counterpart, our OWA on pre-departure orientation seminar with their counterpart, the DMW with their Ministry of Labor, and so on. So then we have smaller collaboration that is aligned with the bilateral labor agreement that we signed. So all in all, institutionalizing these provisions, coming up with a regular platform for discussion. The last would be the stakeholders approach, the whole of society approach in this one. We really encourage stakeholders participation. We have in our cluster, Policy and International Cooperation, a bureau called Foreign Stakeholders Relations and Engagement Bureau. And we conduct town hall meetings, we conduct consultations with international organizations, with different associations and organizations, especially when it comes to new policies. And so we really encourage participation from the civil service, civil society, from the international organizations. And then, as I discussed earlier, Ms. Marga, we also engage the academe and the research community. through the Institute for Advanced and Strategic Studies on Migration and Development. So, admittedly po, this is a very new institute. That's why we want to be able to establish more partnerships here and abroad. So, our approach for our OFWs is to engage with all stakeholders. And in Tagalog, pag mas marami pong kakampi yung OFWs, mas maganda. If we have more allies when it comes to protecting our overseas Filipino workers, not just in government, in the private sector, in the academe, in the civil society, then it's going to be better for their OFWs. So, yun po, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I think that deserves a round of applause, right, for both of the questions. Just one follow-up, attorney. If there's a organization here that would like to be part of the town hall meetings, how do they get themselves
Please
there?
contact, I will be leaving my business cards. Please contact me through my email, and you can even suggest to the Foreign Stakeholders Relations Engagement Bureau topics for discussion with CMA, just to siguro to cite this one, no. When so Sec Ople became secretary July of 2022, and we were appointed August of 2022, the first set of USECs. September of 2022, we already created the technical working group on seasonal farm workers. And that's because also of CMA, writing us and engaging with us and telling us, you need to look into this. So we're very open, attorney, when it comes to areas where we need to put more focus on.
Thank you very much, attorney. The gentleman in white, then the lady in blue. Please come to the mic.
Hello. Good morning po. Good morning for my fellow participants in this symposium. I am Carlos Rivera from Mindanao, Sultan Kudarat State University. I was sent here by the university to attend the symposium. So I have the three areas of concern. One is based on my personal experience, another is general experience, and another one is a demand or an appeal to the organization. Because we know for a fact that migration is unavoidable as a channels of modernization. So we have stated earlier that migration is not an option, is not either a choice, but in reality, migration is a necessity. I am talking about what is political reality. I am as well as a victim of migration in the Philippines when my daughter applied for student visa in Australia. So my question is, how does the Department of Labor monitor our fly-by-night agency, knowing the fact that the application of my daughter is very weak as a minor? We lodged for 3 times and the agency asked 27,000 for lodging up to the third time. And I talked to my brother in Canada, maybe you know, Ralph Basa, and if your son or daughter is denied 3 times, it will affect future migration application. So the question is, how does the government monitor the operation of our agencies in the Philippines? The number two is, in general context, I have not seen the data or the statistics, despite the fact that we have many ILO, many treaties, many international agreements, many MOUs with our foreign counterparts. I have not seen how does it reduce victim of discrimination. Araw-araw natin nakikita sa Facebook yan, sa YouTube. And no less than my neighbor in Saudi Arabia was able to transfer from one employer to the other only for 1 month because he was abused by the employer. So what I am asking is, in general context, uh, does the government monitor it one by one? And hindi ko nakita po in the presentation, how does the government do it? Then the third one is, considering that you have invited the SUCs or the HEIs or the academy, I would like to appeal that out of the 12 units mandatory JEC or general education subjects, may I appeal from this group that we should demand from the Commission on Higher Education that we should include as one of the general education subject the law on migration. Kasi ang nangyayari po, yung PIDOS is not, yung sinabi kanina, equality or quantity, but PIDOS, for me, does not serve the purpose because those who attended the PIDOS are actually determined to go abroad out of necessity. So we need to include a 3-unit subject. From 12 units, we'll make it 15 units to include migration governance, especially for our graduating students. Kasi sila yung target ng possible recruit. So, failure of our migration does not only affect domestically, like what happened now in Australia, may bagong pathway sila ngayon. Like for example, in Canada, meron tayong problema ngayon sa holder of the student visa that they cannot convert that to a temporary working visa. So those were problems that our as a holder of student visa are now encountering in other foreign countries. So being in the academy, may we have our collaboration because I am planning to run again for a faculty president. I was a former BOT member of this KSU. I keep on attending at the Garcia sa CHED. But if indeed I will be elected again as the president of the faculty union, I will be insisting that the 3-unit subjects will be included in our JEC curriculum because as presented kanina, nakikita po natin na yung impact talaga po ng migration, violation of human rights, especially yung mga naiwan dito sa Pilipinas, what would be our alternative? Kasi I have not seen in any news that somebody who attended IPIDUS withdraw his or her application. Kasi determined na yan eh. But as I see it, we need a 1-semester curriculum to educate our graduates because they are the potential recruit. So those are to recapitulate my question. The first is, how do you monitor the operation of the agencies? Because I was once a victim. Out of my 325,000, kinuha po nila yung 86,000 as administrative fees. So, binawi ko na lang yon and bahala na yung agency. But I am looking for what the agency is doing, the government is doing to monitor that agency.
Thank you,
Then
Mr.
number
Carlos.
2 is, yung in general context,
Yung mga treaties.
the appeal as to
Oo.
whether we can demand to the Commission on Higher Education to include that as a mandatory JEC subject. Yun lang po.
Okay. Siguro we'll go with the first one first with Attorney PY about how do you monitor the fly-by-night organizations?
First, just to address, now we have the Department of Migrant Workers, no? Well, to put context to it, I agree, sir, with your opinion that currently seems like migration is not a choice, no?
Mhm.
And that's why we have my colleague here from the National Reintegration, from our Reintegration Office, no, being here today. That's the vision, that's the aim, for it to be a choice for all Filipinos. But the reality on the ground currently seems for some of us, it's still a necessity. Especially if you look at the minimum wage in some of the regions, comparing it to the minimum wage we were able to negotiate abroad for our overseas Filipino workers. So first, regarding, sir, your experience po I'm very sorry to hear about it, but that's always been a problem, no? There are many offers for Filipinos, either yung iba diretso as work, the others students, job seeker visa, trainees, no? And obviously, they are using the gray areas for it not to be covered by the jurisdiction of the Department of Migrant Workers. We have closed a lot of agencies that are promising work to students. Kasi po, originally, the students, they're not part of the jurisdiction of the Department of Migrant Workers. Sila po ay under sa Commission on Filipinos Overseas, the CFOs. The CFO is not an attached agency of the department, but we are very much aware, as I said earlier, that there are instances wherein they will use a different name, like a trainee, a student, a job seeker, but in the end, these people, they are working for 8 hours. They have social security abroad. Clearly, they are workers, they are OFWs under our definition. So now, with the creation of the Department of Migrant Workers, we have defined already the jurisdiction of the department to cover OFWs documented and undocumented. So marami pong tayo po sa department, we have almost, I think, 700 licensed recruitment agencies, and we have a comprehensive regulatory framework for them. But our problem is for the agencies that are not licensed with the department, because what they are saying is that they are offering consultancy on student visas. So under the department, if I may, if you may recall earlier, we issued a no placement fee policy in Qatar. So all agencies licensed under the Department of Migrant Workers, they cannot collect placement fee, processing fee, and other fees sa mga workers po natin. But our problem is that there are a lot of unregistered entities that offer visas for trainee students and obviously are not licensed with the Department of Migrant Workers. So what do? We coordinate with our law enforcement, with NBI, with PNP, with IACAT, in fact also with the Department of Foreign Affairs, because sometimes there are also concerns abroad. So it's a multi-agency approach when it comes to this.
Thank you, Attorney PY. On this second question, maybe anyone can answer, but maybe I can direct this to Irene. I think the question is, with all the treaties and all these bilateral things that we're talking about, how does it really make a difference on the ground? How does it go to the taong bayan who get affected by the problems of migration? Maybe you can talk from your experience in CMA.
Sa for CMA, that's why we have been trying to reach out to our communities, to our OFW family circles, and to the LGUs, because as I mentioned, that's where the migrants and the migrants' families are. So it's important that they are informed, that they know where to go, who to approach in case there are problems, and including livelihood opportunities as well. So we have gone so far as also conducting paralegal trainings, so that they actually know the laws. In fact, usually the feedback would be, we should have known that when we were still migrant workers. So it's like
education.
looking back. So
Yes.
they realize the importance of knowing the laws, and then what are the rights that they can assert.
Thank you. Prof?
Yeah, I think when it comes to rights in general, no, and specifically on migrant rights, there are three things that I always tell our students and people who think that rights are self-propelling. They're not. Your rights are there, but first you've got to know and understand the rights that are already there. It's in the Philippines, we have a plethora of human rights documents. Our international agreements are just, we ratify them all. But even if they're there and if you don't know them, don't acknowledge them, then it doesn't mean anything. The second step is not only to know, that means to be informed about it, is to claim it. These are my rights. And these are not governments, these are not other people. This is my set of rights. And the third is to assert it. Okay? Know your rights, claim your rights, assert your rights. So it's the same with just about any sector. No? And for particularly for migrant rights, because we're dealing here with transnational issues. Ang hirap mag-assert ng rights, ano? If the ones that are victimized are out there abroad. And what we can do, no, as somebody who has worked with an international organization, is to always remember, particularly on the issue of migrants, that you have allies in the destination countries. There are NGO civil society groups there that are also looking at the rights and the situation of migrant workers. And they are your closest allies. So what the civil society groups do here, CMA is one example, is to relate with these civil society groups that are sometimes more advanced in knowing the situation of our migrant workers and publicizing them in the media or in social media. So when that happens, they're able to what? Pressure their own governments to act on these issues in collaboration, in coordination with civil society groups based in the Philippines. So for transnational issues, there's no way we can assert our rights here uh, in another territory. I think we have to think global and do so by using the same tools, the same mechanisms that citizens are using to assert their rights because human rights instruments are supposed to be global. So when they ratify, say, CEDAW, they ratify CRC, those same rights and principles apply in other countries as well as in the Philippines. I'll give you one example. One very good example is the situation of our Filipino entertainers in Japan. Okay, uh, of course have bilateral agreements and with the Japanese government, but some of these issues are so sensitive the other government, the Japanese government, don't want to even mention it. So who is able to mention a particular condition, say, of our Philippine entertainers? These are the NGOs, no, in Japan, no, the media in Japan. So when they're able to raise that with their own government, and second, in international fora, then there's no way that the receiving country can ignore it, no? So what I'm saying is we have to use every channel in the book in order to advance the rights of Filipino migrant workers.
So we welcome the two that the DMW is opening this year and the six that will be opened hopefully by next year. Yes, Attorney Pipa.
Yes, sir. I for one would love the fact that if the situation that if we can only stop all these abuses by just signing a bilateral labor agreement, then that is most ideal. But I think the main benefit of a bilateral labor agreement is that you have a partnership or collaboration with the country where the workers are at. Because imagine a situation, let's take the country with the most number of overseas Filipino workers, Saudi Arabia. Imagine a situation wherein we don't have a bilateral labor agreement with Saudi Arabia, but that we don't talk to them. So we see the situation of countries that do not have agreements with them. So without that, we will not be able to have a minimum wage set for our workers that is honestly so much higher than the other nationalities in Saudi Arabia. We will not have a recognized standard employment contract for our workers. We will not have a joint or mutual blacklisting and whitelisting mechanism. We will not be able to come up with um, uh, consultation mechanisms or labor cooperation mechanisms without the bilateral labor agreement. Also, it is very important to sign one. because it shows that both countries value our OFWs. Um, I, I think the concern, and this is the concern also of the department, is how do we really monitor? Like before the pandemic, we had 1.7 million OFWs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How can we monitor all of them? And please allow me to do a real talk. We have our overseas workers monitor work overseas workers monitoring system, OMS. We have that since even before the pandemic. This requires all of the sending recruitment agencies to monitor significant incidents, namatay, nagkasakit, uh, umalis yung ating worker, nag-abscond in an online platform. It's not enough. Yesterday, I had a meeting with MHRSD, as I said earlier, and the other good news, attorney, is that they will be launching, RD Sara, Saudi Arabia is launching their labor app for OFWs. So this is their way, MHRSD, to monitor the OFWs and for them to have a real-time access to the grievance mechanism of the MHRSD. So not just the Philippines, but then we're not yet done with that. I see my colleagues from OWA. We are now working on collaboration of our system. The system of OWA when it comes to welfare monitoring, the system of DMW, and their system. So pag pinindot sa kanila, yung complaint, pati sa atin, mapapadala. So it also requires digitalization, and we want to maximize technology for the protection of our workers. So those are the things that we're doing when it comes to monitoring and when it comes to making sure that the bilateral labor agreements are put into action.
Thank you, Attorney PY. She says it's not enough. Whatever it is that we're doing is not enough. But Prof said something that I think would be a good byline. She talked about knowing your rights, claiming your rights, and asserting your rights. But you don't even just stop there. If you look at the stage, you see an image of the three collaborations that need to happen. You need government, you need civil society, you need academe. In other words, it's a lot of work, a lot of hard work, which brings me to the last question. Sorry, ma'am, I was told this will be our last question. The last question of Sir Carlos. Quick lang, his question is, what if we teach migration in school and not an afterthought when they're ready to go na, but in college, correct? That's what you're saying. So it factors into their decision making. Hindi yung aalis na ako, so turuan mo ko. Iniisip ko pa lang, aalis ba ako? And you're studying it na in school. What are your thoughts on this?
We completely agree on the part of the department. We, in fact, through our NRCO, our reintegration unit is launching a pre-migration seminar. True pre-departure orientation seminar, it's not enough. I mean, you're gonna sit, oh wow, we're doing our best to make it as informative as possible, as country specific as possible, as occupation specific as possible. But what can 1 or 2 or 3, 4, 5 days do? So through our NRCO, we want to introduce a pre-migration seminar. But of course, most ideal is if it's going to be incorporated, not just in the tertiary education or higher education level, but in fact, as early as senior high. As senior high. Migration studies is not just to inform you of what's out there, but also to prepare the families for decisions made by family members. In the department, we focus heavily on financial literacy, upskilling. Why? Cut the long story short. We have been saying for many years, attorney, that migration should not be a necessity. But what are we doing with that one? So what we want, kanina po, if you were able to hear my presentation about the upskilling program that we are launching for our domestic workers, the the instruction of our secretary, then Secretary Toots, now Secretary Hans Kakdak, is to create career pathways for our domestic workers so that they'll be able to have a better opportunity for them, so that they'll be able to fund the education of their children in the hopes of ending the cycle and for them to have a choice, ma'am.
Thank you, Attorney Pita.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a very timely issue, no? As I said, we have been around for like 50 years, but more than that, if you consider the historical, movement of Filipinos, I think for any phenomenon to have really a long-term impact on the lives of a country, we need to seriously study. Not only study, to analyze. And in analyzing, we're able to then make decisions and, apply certain solutions for the issues that we are confronted with. And I'm suggesting that migration issue, in Italy, in the US, in Europe, is a serious interdisciplinary area of study. Unfortunately, in the Philippines, Miriam College pioneered in introducing an MA in Migration Studies. And in fact, wala na ba si Ambassador Princesa dito? Ayun siya. Naku, ay kay presentar yan. We had 5 students who graduated with MA in Migration Studies. And just looking at the different aspects of migration, there is politics and migration, the sociology of migration, the psychology of migration. Interdisciplinary siya. At napaka-seryoso nung no? And in other countries that have experienced such phenomena, like Italy, for example, where Scalabrini, no? Sa kanila may institute sila, naka-integrate sa curriculum. Ganon din sa US, ano? So why? Because they're interested in understanding, coming up with theoretical perspectives to understand this phenomenon that's going to be there forever. So sa atin, parang hindi natin masyado siniseryoso. Wala tayong serious theoretical exploration of what this movement means, no? And we are looked upon as the model. So, in my school, ang migration studies was suspended kasi wala daw nag-enroll, kaya walang pera, no? So I wish, since nandito ang ating Department of Migrant Workers, to seriously look at that, to encourage some of our, like UP, for example, UP is so big, may sarili kayong budget, and I'm saying, bakit hindi nagsisimula ang mga universities na migration studies when it is such an advanced theoretical field everywhere else, no? So tayo, we have so much to offer. Tayo ang pinag-aaralan ng buong mundo. Samantala tayo, hindi natin naintindihan yung sarili natin. So I think, my appeal is, meron na yatang initiative in the past to include at least the subject of migration in stories, in high school, etc. Not necessarily, but as a formal area of study, I suggest that it should be included or be initiated by a collaboration of universities. Not just one university, ang hirap kasi wala naman resources yung iba. Kung hindi inter-university program on migration studies, I think that's the way to go.
Si Attorney PY nga na-overwhelmed sa research material di ba? So merong research material. Unfortunately, I think I can take one more question. Wait lang. Yes, Miss Irene.
Hindi, siguro, mas constructive tayo. So, siguro it will be USEC-PY's responsibility to work with the CHED and DepEd. I hope even DepEd, forward-looking para dun sa, at the least, integration sa curriculum ng migration. But meantime, na wala pa yun, I think talagang kailangan, we need to improve the PEOs. PEOs kasi is supposed to be given at the community level to everyone, no? Not just to those who will go, but kasi it's a preparation in case you think about migration. These are the do's and don'ts. These are the good and the bad that you have to avoid and things like that. So I improve that. Meanwhile, that we will try to work with CHED and DepEd And also, of course, the PIDOS, we have to really improve the PIDOS.
Thank you. So, Attorney Carlos, meron ka ng input for your candidacy. I've been asked to take one more question from Ambassador. Ambassador.
Not a question, just to support everything and to congratulate the MW, a partner ng DFA. I was with the department for 34 years. And of course, one of the few graduates of the MA in Migration Studies. Lilima lang kami. And I agree po, and I was just talking with Yusek earlier, hopefully we can put together all that we have learned over the years. Kailangan may sistema eh. Yung puso nandun, di ba? Heart, hands, and the head. Medyo kulang pa ng konti sa integration. So right now, as a retired ambassador, I'm going Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. And I'm also with our local migration sa parish. At saka I'm president of the Ligao City Albay Historical, just putting together, because I believe that migrants are change makers. And yet we have to understand who they are so that we can really maximize the gains and minimize the pains of this global phenomena. I thought before, Tita, we can stop it. No, it can't. We can't. In a globalized world, migrants are needed. And we are top of the line, as you know, in the caregiving sector, doctors, nurses, the service sector. So with that, let's just keep working together, whole of society, whole of government, whole of academia, whole of everything, and learn from what we know and then move forward.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. With that, please join me in thanking our group of experts for the generosity and the talent that they shared with us today. I know there are many more questions. There will be another Q&A this afternoon. So my friend over there who has a question, you can write it down, put it in the registration, or ask it this afternoon. We will have a photo opportunity now. I think they're asking everybody to come to the stage so we can take our picture, and then lunch for an hour. Whatever time you start putting food in your mouth, count an hour and you have to come back here. Okay? So it was a privilege for me to be your moderator. I hope the rest of the day will be as meaningful and as wonderful as this morning was. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our speakers. Give yourselves a round of applause. Pictures here, please, in the front.
Again, welcome to the second part of our session for today. My name is Michelle, and I'm the director of UP-CIFAL Philippines. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, we made a teeny weeny bit of changes in our program. Let's start with Attorney Ariola first. Okay, so to start the second half of the symposium, we will have the topic on sustainable development goals and global compact for migration objectives, the Philippine setting. And joining us today is Attorney Sarah Lou Ariola. So before her talk, let me introduce to you a brief background of Attorney Ariola. So prior to joining the office of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Attorney Ariola was the regional director of the International Organization for Migration for Asia and the Pacific from September 2022 to August 2024, supervising IOM operations in 40 countries in the region. So before IOM, she was the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs of the Department of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of the Philippines. So Attorney Ariola was also the Philippines' chief negotiator for the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, or simply the GCM, and executed the Philippine Kafala reform and fair and ethical recruitment campaigns in the Middle East. So she earned her Bachelor of Arts in Communication and Juris Doctor degree from the Ateneo de Manila University, and her Master of Laws in International Human Rights Law from the University of Essex as a British Chevening and the university scholar. So once again, please welcome Attorney Sara Ariola.
Um, Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry for I actually some of you might have heard madulas sa labas for me it's quite slippery, but I'm okay now. So for the GCM, um, first and foremost, I think how many of you are familiar with the Global Compact for Migration? Can you please raise your hand? So it's not really very common. No? So I will just like to first tell a story. During the negotiations of the Global Compact for Migration, at the height of it, because it was from February 2018 to July 2018, the negotiation part was in New York. During that time, it was also the time when the Philippines had a complete labor ban in Kuwait. Why was it so? During the time, the Philippine government found a domestic helper inside the freezer in Kuwait. She's been dead for quite a while. So I know very well what happened because during the time, the president called us in Davao. During the time, it was President Duterte. When he told us that I will resign as president if I can't do anything about it, because this is what's happening to the Filipino domestic helpers. But before that, the week before the discovery of the body, there were already a number of suicides, alleged suicides that were happening in that Middle East country. So during the time, it was quite providential, and I'd like to thank the late Joanna de Mafelis because she helped shape the Global Compact for Migration. If you look at it, the Global Compact in Objective 6, Section 22G and H are the anti-kafala provisions, which are consist of no withholding of passports, and of course they can, use their phones, no withholding of travel documents, and everything, the vestiges or the element of control of kafala were there. The negotiations was very bloody because there was a Middle East country, not Kuwait, a GCC country, that was trying to put in the kafala provisions inside the GCM. So during the time, the Philippine delegation was saying, of course not. So they were consulting with me that what do we do? I said, we go all out. I mean, so this Middle East country wanted to put the term as sponsorship. The European countries thought that sponsorship was sponsorship in a sense that was what's happening in Europe. They didn't know that some of the what was happening in GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and other Arab states is quite different from what's happening in Europe. So what happened was there was a like-minded group of diplomats who came together, and one country in the Middle East supported us. That was the Kingdom of Bahrain. So what happened is you know the initiative of this GCC country failed, and we were able to put it there. But during the time, of course, I almost got arrested in Kuwait. I mean, as you know, one of our ambassador became persona non grata because thousands of Filipinos came home. That was the time when Philippine Airlines gave free tickets and Cebu Pacific chartered a flight just to bring home all distressed Filipinos. It was the first time that a country of origin stood up against a country of destination. Historically, the Philippines has always been afraid of standing up against any of the Middle East countries. Why? Because we were so afraid that the we are our nationals will not be employed or deployed. But this was the first time that the then President Duterte said the Filipino is no slave to anyone, anywhere and everywhere. And that was the marching orders of the president. We fight, and we fight to the highest in the biggest forum. In fact, in 2020 and 2021 in the UN General Assembly, the president even mentioned kafala, and he called out the Middle East countries to stop their practices that results to slavery. So it was, that's historically how it was, and it was the historical campaign of the Philippines. And I think many we have been reaping the benefits because Qatar has been saying that they already abolished kafala. There are already steps in Saudi Arabia. UAE is also trying its very best. And of course, Bahrain has been always at the forefront of the reforms. So GCM is not a very boring document. It's a living document. And during the negotiations, a lot of things were happening in the back, like in the back rooms. And I think that was really one of those things that made us stood out. And it really, the Philippines really flew the flag and also spoke for all the countries of origin who were very afraid to stand up for in the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. Okay, next slide, please. So the session overview is first. Before I continue, I'd like to. Some of these slides came from the International Organization for Migration because I just ended my term last August 31. I borrowed some of the slides. So, but then of course, there's a different twist to it because when I was in IOM, I was still with the UN, and we don't really mention countries. But now I'm in Philippine government, so I can be bolder and louder. So it's like first about the global compact, and then migration and development, and then leveraging human mobility. Next slide, please. Um, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration was adopted by 152 countries in December of 2018. The first round was what we did it was in Marrakesh, in Morocco, then afterwards in the United Nations. There were many countries who did not adopt it, one of which was United States. I mean, early on in the negotiations, they pulled out. They did not even, they did not even go to the negotiation part. And quite surprisingly, one of the co-facilitators, because there were two co-facilitators. One was the ambassador of Mexico, then the ambassador of Switzerland. It was really a shock to us that the ambassador of that Switzerland did not adopt the global compact. And more shocking to me is because I was one of those leading the like-minded groups because Africa was together. It was a solid 54 countries, and the EU was together, the EU 27. But of course, ASEAN could not get its act together, and the rest of the countries of origin cannot. So what happened? We formed like-minded countries. And then my counterpart, the undersecretary of Brazil, was also like leading the group. Lo and behold, during the adoption, they did not adopt. But the good news is that eventually Brazil adopted the Global Compact. And then on the part of the United States, they just endorsed. They did not still adopt. But I'm sure it's very, although this is a non-binding instrument, it's a non-binding framework, but as my former Secretary of Foreign Affairs would always say, this is a morality document. This is the minimum standards on how to treat migrants, and this is a document of decency. So this is what the Global Compact is all about. The next slide, please. Okay. We are talking about the 360-degree vision of international migration. When you say 360, it means it looks at migration in all aspects, from the country of origin, the country of transit and destination, and it also looks at the role of stakeholders or of the civil society, and also I think most importantly, something that everyone is so afraid of right now is climate change. The Philippines is number one in the World Risk Index when it comes to climate, to disasters. But of course, as you can see, it's been raining for the past few weeks. It's as far as I know, I'm already 52. But this is the first time in my life that I've been experiencing something like this. And we had a very, very bad flooding with Karina. And then a month after you have Enteng. This is unprecedented. I remember very well, it was only in 2013 when we had Ondoy here in Metro Manila that we had this kind of flooding. And then it did not happen again. Then it happened again 11 years after. But and it's very unusual that it's consecutive. So migration is changing from your usual place. And the problem here in the Philippines,
amounts to internal displacement, which is also a form of climate migration. But in countries in the Pacific, where it's an existential threat, I went to several countries in the Pacific, like in the North Pacific and South Pacific. They will be losing their islands because of the sea level rise and king tides. So it's something also that is considered in the Global Compact. But I just want to say that during the negotiations about the slow onset disasters and all these climate induced disasters, people were not really paying too much attention except the Pacific Island states. But now everybody is looking at climate. Next, it optimizes the benefits of migration and addresses migration risks and challenges. We very well know that a while ago, I think the government officials, no, I'm like USEC PY was on the stage, and I was intently listening to what she was saying. I just want to say that I've been in most of the countries in Asia and the Pacific, most of which are countries of origin, and the Philippines is considered as the gold standard of migration. It's second to none. I mean, I've seen it, and I mean, in my tour of duty in IOM, I was very shocked to see how they treat their migrants, how they see their migrants as just for remittances. And some countries just want to deploy everybody to get rid of them. But of course, it doesn't mean that there are no flaws in our system. There's really a lot of room to improve, but we are in a good place compared to the other countries. You cannot find anything better than this. I mean, we know that very well because we've been talking to a lot of our counterparts also when I was still in IOM. And when you see the region itself, the Philippines is really a leader when it comes to migration management. And then based on a set of 10 guiding principles, I'll go through it later, and outlines a framework of 23 objectives for implementation. The GCM has 23 objectives, and I think the last part is objective 23, which calls for international assistance and cooperation, and indicates a process for GCM follow-up and review. The regional reviews for Asia and the Pacific will be in February 4 to 6 in Bangkok in ESCAP. So I think the Philippines is a GCM champion country. I will go through the other rest of the champion countries, and I think it's something that there's a lot of to showcase in this region. Next slide, please. Okay. Um, can you see it, or it's too anyway? The GCM guiding principles is like number one, it's people centered, because at the center of all this is the migrant. International cooperation. It's very very important that the countries of origin, transit, and destination are all on the same page. Simply that's why a while ago they're talking about bilateral labor agreements, and aside from that, you have to have the same values, because in some parts of the world migrants are, of course, it's very controversial now, especially migration. If you watch television, if you look, for example, what's happening in the borders of the United States, if you see what's happening in Europe, all these boats that are moving, and if you see what's happening with Australia, Australia is very serious. It doesn't really like any of the boats arriving in its shores. That's why it's giving donations. It's funding a lot of countries like Indonesia to be able to stop them. This is like, for example, the Rohingyas, because the Rohingyas, I think some of them already reached to a certain point, some of the islands in Australia. Unfortunately, there's really a lot of xenophobia, and it's happening not only in Europe, not only in the United States, but even in countries like Indonesia, because the Rohingyas landed there, they don't want them there, and even in Malaysia. So migrants are always seen as, first they brought COVID-19 pandemic. The Asians here, you know very well, on the height of Asian hate. Then also at the same time, they steal jobs. So that becomes a problem. National sovereignty is very important because all in the GCM, that's why a lot of countries adopted it, because the GCM respects the laws of the country, and it will not impose on the countries how it should be, but there's always like the minimum standards, and of course rule of law and due process and sustainable development. Later on, we will SDGs are very very important. I mean, like SDG 2030, unfortunately for Asia and the Pacific, We are, instead of progressing, we are regressing. And the earliest time that Asia and the Pacific will be able to achieve the SDGs is 2062. So you're like 32 years delayed. And also at the same time, so one thing that has to be looked at, it's what's regressing on the issue of climate. So I actually, because there are countries that are still in denial, especially in ASEAN, that there's climate change. Even some countries who are changing their capitals, they know their capital is sinking, but they change capitals, but they don't want to talk about climate change. And of course, it's very important also to, where are we? Um, Actually, it's very important also to look at human rights, because this human rights centered, gender responsive, and of course, child sensitive, and it entails a whole of government approach. DMW has been created. I had the opportunity to be able to put a lot of inputs in the creation of that law when I was still in the Department of Foreign Affairs. So it means that whole of government, not only DMW, not only DFA, not only, it means everybody, especially when it comes to return and reintegration, because, or even upskilling, we have TESDA, technological, this is the, for the, um, what do you call this? Vocational courses that contributes to upskilling. And then, of course, we, when they return to the Philippines, the return and reintegration also involves trade, because there's also funding from trade to be able for people to restart their lives over and above what you know with DMW or OWA and DFA. And of course, whole of society approach, it's very important that the stakeholders also have a lot of, inputs here. And sometimes, when I was still the Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, it has been subsumed in the DMW. We see that the Filipino community is very strong, especially in the Middle East. And they are usually the first responders, even before the embassy finds out that there's really something wrong. Most of the complaints come from advocates, actually. Next slide, please. These are the 23 objectives of the GCM. I think for the Philippines, it's very important to look at the regular pathways, because it's still a challenge, simply because we have a lot of people who go to, it's either to Myanmar, Laos, or Cambodia, who become employees of this online scams. Of course, we have it here in the Philippines, but then they go through Facebook and they just use the tourist visas to enter those countries. I used to work in Bangkok. I'm always asked for return ticket. And I say, I'm working in Bangkok. This is my UNLP. This is my contract. This is my ID. But they say, I mean, the Philippine Airlines is very, very strict, because we've never seen also so many people that are offloaded because of these online scams. But then, of course, people go through third countries. So we're still, regular pathways is still a challenge, because um, the normal process, the regular process, can be a bit tedious if you go to the POEA. And some of our compatriots don't like to go through these tedious processes. And of course, ethical recruitment and reducing the vulnerabilities. In Objective 7, reducing the vulnerability, that includes climate vulnerability and disaster vulnerability. Usually, a lot of people who are victims of climate change are the ones who are also going abroad to be able to help their families. But there are also instances that in several places, that the houses of the overseas Filipino workers are the last houses standing whenever there is a calamity. So there's like a relationship to it. But of course, this is like, you can see that the remittances are going to the building of the houses. And also, it's very important to look at remittances. The issue of remittances is, the goal is to have it at 3%, like a minimum of a maximum of 3%, but globally it's still at 6.5%. I know very well India is boasting about, because they're the chair of Colombo process, they're boasting about their system where remittances at the 0% transfer rate. I was talking to some of people from the MW. They're saying, we also have that, but the remittance centers will hit the migrant when it comes to the conversion rate. dollar to pesos or real to pesos. So the conversion is so low, so it gives an artificial um thinking or artificial feeling that yeah, the remittances is 0%, but then they get it from the conversion. So it's still a quite a challenge. And I think here is of course return and reintegration. I was telling Dr. Michelle a while ago that I think one of the challenges for the Philippines is in the whole migration cycle, return and reintegration is always a challenge simply because a lot of people who return don't still some many of them leave again because they're not able to prepare for their retirement. And then in when it comes to reintegrate, like in the at the height of the pandemic, 83% or more, I am not very sure about the figures, were not able to reintegrate properly or find jobs after returning during the pandemic. Of course, it's an extraordinary circumstance, but not all migrant workers have a happy story. There are instances when the families also are not able to use the money properly because also some of the family members think that because the person is a migrant, they can do whatever with money, and like money grows on trees, for example, in Saudi Arabia. So afterwards, when the migrant it gives the family buying power. And also, most people, the first thing they do is build homes. So there's really a return of, I mean, it helps and aside from helping the economy. But by the end of 2022, Asia Pacific region accounted for 16.6% of annual remittance outflows worldwide, but 38.7% of annual remittance inflows worldwide, because Asia and the Pacific also has some countries of destination. But I think it's worth noting that like for example, here in the Philippines during the pandemic, the remittances went up than going down. Not because, considering already a lot of people already came back home. It's because of the Filipino diaspora abroad, especially the ones in the United States, because that's the biggest remittance source. And most of the people there are already American citizens, but they're also some are dual citizens, and it's in the values of the Filipinos that you help out whenever there is a crisis. So this is the Philippines was like an outlier as to remittance flows during the pandemic. And finally, next slide is leveraging human mobility for development. There are pathways, of course. The regular pathways are always very important. That's why investing in skills is very important, and facilitating and mutual recognition of qualifications. This is something that's being done by Lao as the ASEAN chair. The recognition of mutual recognition of skills to meet the needs of a changing labor markets. And IOM had some programs, migration, business, and human rights, which included the Philippines. It also involved other countries like Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, Bangladesh, to be able to, engage with the private sector in ensuring that human rights are protected of the migrant workers, since most of the violations of migrant rights are done by the private sector. And of course, there's promise poverty reduction through safe migration skills development, enhanced job placement. This is also one of the regional projects of IOM. But of course, this is not limited to this. There are others, but then this is one way of being able to leverage human mobility for development. I've seen migration as um, negotiating for the state as a part of the United Nations, and now I'm in the legislative department. A while ago, somebody recommended that it should be part of the curriculum. Migration management. I think that is very, very important, and I totally agree with that. Since most people really don't pay attention during PIDOS, they just want to get out, and so that we could really understand what migration is all about. At the end of the day, I think it's always a dream, for all of us to have safe, orderly, and regular migration. That is the dream. And that is of course, but there are still a lot of challenges. But the Global Compact for Migration is not just a dead document. It wasn't over when it was adopted in 2018. I was able to go to the United Nations in 2022 to represent the Philippines in the first International Migration Review Forum, which is the review process of the GCM. And then there's going to be another one in 2026. It's a living document. It's really up to states how they want to define it. But it's also very, very important that people continue to be vigilant, to engage stakeholders, to engage also the government. Remember, migration is not only defined by the executive department, it's also defined by the legislative department, simply because the Department of Migrant Workers was created by law. And so you have to know also how to leverage things and how to utilize how government works. So having said that, thank you very much for your indulgence, and I hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Ariola. I have always enjoyed your interesting talks about GCM and SDGs. One more important thing really is that you have always included the issue of climate change or the environmental refugees in the discourse on GCM. So from the Philippine setting, now let's move to Nigeria. Okay, so we will now explore the irregular youth migration in Nigeria, What is the government doing to stem the tide? So let me introduce the expert who will be leading this topic. Uzuma Odera Okoye, I hope I pronounce it right, is a professor in the Department of Social Work, University of Nigeria, and holds a PhD in social gerontology. She was a Fulbright Scholar at Boston College and a Dix Plains Scholar at the University of British Columbia. She is one of the founding faculty members of the Department of Social Work, University of Nigeria, and served as the head of department from 2008 to 2010 and 2016 to 2019. She was also the first head of Department of Social Work, University of Benin City. She has managed projects and collaborations with some international partners and served as the Nigeria Project Director for the African Writing Workshop, a partnership project between the Department of Social Work, University of Nigeria, and University of Dundee, UK, since 2019 until now. So she has authored over 100 journal articles and the book chapters on different social issues. Her current research interests include caregiving and social support for older adults, climate change, migration, and international displacement, public health, and gender studies. Our dear guest, let us welcome Professor Uzuma Okoye.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be talking about irregular youth migration in Nigeria, why and what government is doing to stem the tide. In fact, since I've been sitting down there, I've been wondering, what is Nigeria doing? Because Philippines, you guys have done a lot, a whole lot. In Nigeria, one of the greatest problems facing us is that we have our young people dying in the Mediterranean every day or in Sahara Desert every day, simply because they want to go to Europe or they want to go to Europe. And if we had a more organized system like you have here in Philippines, I don't think we will have such problems. So my discourse today is I don't even know what to say. I feel sad listening to all that you guys have been saying, because I think Nigeria is still very far off, but we still have a lot to learn. I think I have learned a whole lot today based on, what has been said. And so we're going to look at the outline. We have like 6 or 7 major issues we're going to talk about. Next slide, please. And it's not going to take time. We just try to look at it, and you guys will maybe understand the kind of problems we have in Nigeria when it comes to irregular migration. Because I can see that in Philippines, you have regular migration, organized migration. Ours is so unorganized that people are being ripped off and a whole lot is happening. So what do I mean when I talk about irregular migration? Irregular migration, it's that one could call it illegal migration. When you leave your country without even people knowing that you're leaving and going to another country without them knowing you're also coming in. That's what we mean by generally. If you look at all the definitions, can we have the next slide, please? All the definitions of, the migration, irregular migration, you find that people leaving one state to another state without the state they are leaving from knowing that they are going, and also without the state knowing that they are coming in, having any records of them being there. That's generally what we mean by irregular migration. However, there are many forms. Next slide. There are many forms of irregular migration. Remember, we are talking about young people, and so I'm going to be focusing only on young people. When you go to a country as a young person, maybe on a visitor's visa, and at the end of your visa, end of your stay, your visa has expired and you're still remaining there, that is irregular. You're there now, not as a regular person, but you're irregular. or when you go to study and at the end of the day, your visa has expired and you're still remaining there, then you're irregular. Or sometimes you enter through the desert or the sea or as a stowaway. That's the very common ones we have in Nigeria, is also irregular migration. And then when you go for asylum and your asylum is rejected, but you still choose to remain in the country, then you're also an irregular migrant. And you find that a lot of Nigerians all over the world are in this category of irregular migrants, especially young people. So, why do we have irregular migrants? The first major issue in Nigeria today is economic instability. I was just telling somebody years ago, not years ago, by 2018, a university professor in Nigeria earns about $3,000 a month. Today, the same university professor earns about $400 a month. Within a space of how many years? Life has so changed. And so many young people just want to leave to find something better because of the economy has gone so bad. Then we have, coupled with the economy, we have poverty. Yes, the economy has gone very bad in the last how many years? And so poverty, people who are poor are now poorer. Many people can't afford 3 square meals a day. I was just reading in the news now that the cost of petrol has gone so high that in most cities today, you don't find public transportation on the road. People are going to work on foot. Then lack of access to basic social amenities like light, water, education, good roads. Many people are not able to have access to some of these, especially those that live in the rural areas. And so they have almost like no option than to leave. And they just don't want to leave through the normal routes because they may not get the necessary visas. Therefore, the best thing to do is to go through the backyard. And that is what brings about irregular migration. High unemployment rate. Nigeria produces more than 500,000 graduates every year. We go to school a lot. We have more than 300 universities in Nigeria. We produce more than 500,000 graduates every year, and not up to 100,000 of them get jobs. And so they are forced to leave. The young people are forced to leave to seek better life elsewhere. And the last but not the least, insecurity. Before now, Nigeria was, apart from Boko Haram, we were good. But now you have kidnappings, you have killings, and all manner of things. Even in places where you think they are impossible, insecurity is now the order of the day in Nigeria. And with all these and many more, most young people will want to leave to go to where they can have better life. Next slide. So this next slide, please. What we have, the data is just data from Italy. That's the only one I could lay my hands on. And you see the movement. You look at the statistics. This is just Italy. You find if you go for one for Libya or Spain or Morocco, some of those places where they go by roads without formal papers, you will see the number of Nigerians, especially young people, that are coming into this country. So when you migrate, when you do irregular migration, what are the consequences? Next slide, please. There are so many consequences. And that is why government is, looking into it. The first one is psychological traumas. You find a lot of young people going through mental health issues that ordinarily nobody should go through at their age. But why are they going through some of these traumas? Because of what they have been through, what they saw, what they experienced on the road to migration, to live, in an attempt to live. Many of them saw hell, lived hell, and a lot of them that went through that process may never be normal, because of, what they went through. Many families are somewhere, even when if they are deported back to Nigeria, you find that families are grappling with, mental health of some of these young people. It's a major problem in Nigeria today. Then we have the issue of sexual exploitation, both for men and women, more for women. Many of our young girls in Nigeria are used as sex slaves, or they are selling sex somewhere in Europe, probably because that is the only job they can get, or that was the agreement. Maybe the person that rescued them somewhere now said, okay, you have to sell sex to get money for me and all that. It's very common among young girls. That is what a lot of them do. And then we have the issue of death. Sahara Desert and Mediterranean Sea has become graves for many young Nigerians who die in the bid to run away from Nigeria or to escape. Then labor exploitation. Some of them are promised jobs, but when they get even to the job area, their passports and everything is taken away from them. They are required to maybe work for unknown hours, get paid, but the person who takes the money, they are not the ones that will take the money, but the people that sent them or the person that connected them. So they are exploited heavily, massively. A lot of them are exploited. Some sign very unholy, contracts where you work for like 5 years and somebody takes your money for the next 4 years, and so on and so forth. Then we have organ harvesting. This wasn't popular before, but now it's very common in Nigeria. You find some young people who were deported. When they open up their chests, you will see where they are operated upon, their kidneys and wherever taken away. It's becoming common among young people who went on irregular migration routes. Why many of the girls are now serving as surrogate mothers without knowing. They are there, they get pregnant, the babies are taken from them, and after 3 months, they get pregnant again, and on and on and on. If you hear, the stories are so sad and harrowing tales that some of these young people come back with. And for those that succeed, they face racial discrimination and other discriminatory practices because they were not even tutored before they left. Unlike what I hear you guys do here in Philippines, they don't even know where they are going to or what to expect. And then there are huge financial losses that many families accrue because their son wants to travel. People have been deceived into selling their land, selling their property, getting the money together to give an agent who will take their son through the Sahara Desert. And at the end of the day, the son may die or may come back with mental health issues and so on and so forth. These and many more are some of the consequences of irregular migration. Our government is not keeping quiet. Next slide. They are doing a whole lot, but then it appears that what they are doing is not enough. Yes, they are doing a whole lot. Next slide. We have 2015 National Policy on Migration in Nigeria. We also have the National Immigration Service. We have International Labor Desk in Nigeria in the Ministry of Labor. We have National Agency for the Prohibition and Trafficking on Persons, NAPTIP. They are doing a lot. We have the National Commission for Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons. Then we also have the Nigerian Diaspora Commission and many more. So it's not like the government is just sleeping. They are doing a lot. But then when we say that you're good, your better is not even good enough. That's how I will place it. Nigeria are also signatories to many international documents, like, next slide, please, like what she just talked about, Global Impact for Safe Migration, Common Agenda on Migration and Mobility, UNN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, ECOWAS, and so on. They are signatories to all these. But then, between what should be and what is, there is a very big gap that, government will say they're not doing a whole lot. We also have programs and projects that are on. Next slide. Something like working with IOM. IOM is doing a whole lot in Nigeria, especially for those who are being brought back from Libya. They bring a whole lot of them back from Libya, plane loads virtually every month, plane loads of young people who are stuck in Libya. IOM, EU, and so on, they are trying to help Nigerian government to bring back some of these youths and rehabilitate them. So we have all this. Then we have the sensitization program that is ongoing now. It's massive. They are doing it in many Nigerian universities, using radio, jingles, television, and what have you, to tell young people the need not to leave. But if you must leave, live with a visa. Let's see some of the samples or some of the posters, please, next slide, that government is using to tell young people not to go. You will see this in many university campuses, the posters in many university campuses, and along the streets and elsewhere. Next slide, where we have all this telling them not to go through the desert or through the sea, but that they should have a visa before they leave. This is now a popular slogan, don't japa, don't go, just to get them not to leave. Next slide. So these are also where one can get information about what the government of the day is doing. But like I said, yes, they are trying, but it's still not enough. They still need to do more. So let's go to the next slide, where we're going to look at why these policies and programs appear to be just like a tip of the iceberg. The mother of all the things I have said there is what? Corruption. Corruption is the problem of the country, and it is the reason why we have irregular migration. Is also the reason why all the government programs are not achieving the desired result. Resource constraints. Money most of the time will be allocated to young people to do this, do that. Somebody else will write off the money and take the money to Switzerland or wherever they take the money to store for their fourth and fifth generation. Lack of coordination among stakeholders, again, it still boils down to corruption, because most departments will want to do this, another will want to do the same thing simply because of the money they want to attract. And so there's lack of coordination. You find 5, 6 departments doing the same thing simply because they know there is money there, whereas they could have done things differently. So lack of coordination among stakeholders is also a big issue, why some of the government policies are not working. Then we talk about continuity and consistency in government. People come into government, they want to have a brand new program that they will design so that they will get all the benefits, both the benefits in terms of monetary benefits, in terms of whatever benefits. They don't want to continue the programs of other persons that would have yielded fruits. Again, it all boils down to corruption. Institutional weaknesses. Our institutions are weak because they look at faces and they do not do the work. When institutions look at faces, that is corruption, because you do things to favor some persons and not to favor others, instead of doing what is laid down in the books. And so you find that is why I said that corruption is the mother and father of all these. It is the bedrock, it is the major problem why even we have irregular migration in Nigeria and why government policies about irregular migration are not working. So what can we do? There are things we can do. A few suggestions. Next slide, please, on what can be done. There is need to translate policy documents into real actionable programs. We can't just be talking and talking and talking. We need people who are committed to do that. Then we talked about coordination among government agencies. You find that in Nigeria, it does appear as if the private organizations are the ones even doing, a lot to stem the tide of irregular migration. And if it's possible to coordinate all this, maybe we'll get somewhere. Need for regular stakeholder consultations, like the meeting we're having here now. Such meetings will go a long way, getting people to share ideas and see what we can do. Adequate funding for immigration. We have people who know what to do, but then they do not have funds to do what they should do. Robust data system. The last but one speaker here was talking about data, the need for people to have data, that you cannot do anything without data. And so we have need for, robust data systems to enable people plan. You cannot plan if you do not have data. And finally, socioeconomic reforms, tackling unemployment, rural development. If people know that when they graduate, they will get jobs in Nigeria, of course they will remain. If you know that you're going to have 24-hour supply, that your growths are going to be built, that when you get to the hospital, you will see doctors, you're going to see nurses to attend to you, and you will have drugs, of course they will remain in Nigeria. Or you go to schools, you have qualified teachers that will teach you, you have libraries that are stocked with books and everything, of course you will remain in Nigeria. But when you know that these things are not there, you're forced to leave. And so if we have, government trying to equip our schools, doing a whole lot to alleviate poverty, equipping our hospitals, giving us good roads, giving us power 24 hours a day, of course, you find that many Nigerian youths will remain, they won't want to go. And so I will conclude by saying that irregular migration is one of the most contentious migration-related issues around the world today. Nigeria is one of the countries most hit by this bug. We are most hit, especially our young people. The debate about approaches to addressing irregular migration in Nigeria is quite polarized. While some will tell you that young people should go, they have no need staying. Some will tell you they need to stay. So there are really no agreements, even among scholars, as to what should be the right thing to do. However, it is my personal belief that good and accountable governance by politicians and civil servants in Nigeria will go a long way in curbing the problem of irregular migration among our youths. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Ozuma Okoye, for your very interesting talk, especially for sharing irregular migration in the context of Nigeria. It is interesting to me that your field of specialization is gerontology, which is the study of old age and the problems associated with it. And yet you talk about the youth migration, specifically irregular youth migration. I can only assume that your next talk or research would be for those who are young at heart, perhaps. Okay, so kidding aside, really the Philippines has done a great deal in improving its migration governance. But as I talked with attorney Sarah a while ago, it's still far from perfect. But that's the good thing about sharing, knowledge with each other. We do learn from each other. Okay, so from Nigeria, let's move to Uganda. So let us now proceed with our topic on labor externalization or modern day slavery, exploring Uganda's youth migrant workers' experiences in the Middle East. And this lecture will be led by Janistic Mewendi Tuikirizi. I hope I pronounced that right. She's an associate professor of social work at Makerere University, Uganda. She has proven research and pedagogical skills. She has authored and co-authored 7 books and more than 20 journal articles and book chapters, and made more than 30 international conference presentations in the last 6 years. In 2024, she received a Vice Chancellor's Award for Outstanding Research Excellence. She is the current secretary of the International Association of Schools of Social Work and previously served as vice president of the Association of Schools of Social Work in Africa. She is involved in several international academic partnerships and collaborative research projects globally, regionally, and locally. Her research interests include decolonization and indigenization of social work, child protection, international social work, and migration and development. So once again, here is Professor Janistic to lead the discussion.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think. Thank you so much for that kind introduction, and congratulations to the organizers of this symposium. It's been extremely wonderful. I was actually very impressed that government, the UN, and other stakeholders, actually all of them were invited and everyone has turned up so far. For me, that's a very, very high point. So I feel privileged to be here right now, because listening in since morning, I was like, there's so much to learn out of this space, and I'm happy to be a part of this. The only thing I didn't sign up for is winter in this room. I come from Uganda, just astride the equator. We never experience any kind of coldness. So I enjoy it when I'm outside, and then when I came inside, it's freezing cold. So please have mercy upon us who come from the equator. So I'm talking about labor externalization or modern day slavery. I have been listening to the conversations, and yes, I actually took note of all the progress that the Philippines has made as regards overseas workers, overseas migrants. And so I thought before I came here, before I came to speak, that, okay, I might be going to just a little bit stir up the conversation so that we begin to reflect on labor externalization, or are we, putting a nice jacket on something that is probably different than how we want to package it. I'm not an expert in this area, so I'm going to share from my sort of external observer view. And I'll ask that you go to the next slide, please. Next slide. So my interest in this began, I think, in 2018. I was going through the airport in Uganda, and I had booked a flight that was going through Dubai. And then there was this whole queue of young people, particularly women, young women, lined up and dressed in a certain way. And I had not seen that before, actually. There were so many, like the whole airport was full of young women dressed, in a certain way. And so my immediate thinking was, are they going for the hijjah, that the Muslim thing, Hajj? Yes, are they going for Hajj? There are so many. How come they are only women? How come this and this? Okay. And then I noticed that there was like minders, maybe a gentleman. Usually there was a gentleman who was minding them and showing them here or there. And then when I reached the desk, the migration desk, the officer behind the counter asked me, said, are you going with this and this air? I said, yes, the flight. I said, yes. And she looked sort of perplexed and she was like, why did you choose it? Do you know you're going to go with these people? These people. I said, who are these people? You don't know where they are going. They are going, these are the people that go to Saudi Arabia and etc., to work. And I mean, I did go with these people on the same flight, and I'll never forget my experience because I sat in between two young ladies dressed the way they were dressed. And when it came to time for serving food, that snack they give us on the flight, they came looking for me. They gave me food, and the young lady pulled out her tray expecting food, and they said, no, 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 it's okay. In other words, no food for you. And since that time, I've been interested in what's this that is happening. And then I started hearing about labor externalization. I started hearing about the so many recruitment firms or agencies in the country. And so that's how I come in to begin to interrogate the issue. I haven't done a lot of research in this area, but I'm just declaring that it's a part of my interest, like to know what is this that is happening. Is it labor externalization for whose benefit? For the benefit of the young ladies, for government, for society, for country of origin or country of destination, for whose benefits? And I don't remember which word was used, but I think there was something called labor export this morning. And I begin to think, are we commodifying human beings when we begin to use words as labor exports, okay? Labor exports, remittances, economic benefits, etc., etc. So that explains why I came up with the title of, is this labor externalization or modern day slavery? You'll forgive me if I'm too subjective, but I'm speaking from a social work perspective. Next slide. So you'd be interested, but before next slide, actually, what came to my mind as I looked at the picture, and even this time when I was coming, still there were lines of them dressed in a certain way. And what I understood is that they must dress in the way that their country of destination, dresses like. And what immediately came to my mind is, how about their own identity? Not all of them are Muslim, right? But suddenly all of them, each and everyone must look like a Muslim. They have, in other words, dropped their identity. Secondly, dehumanization. The immigration officer saying, do you want to travel with these? Means that they are actually being less human right now. And thirdly, they are being othered. They are these migrant workers. They are these domestic workers. Yeah. So, but where, as Uganda, how did we come to this place? The Philippines has said they've been here for the last 50 years or even more than 50 years. In Uganda, we could say this is somehow a new phenomenon. The labor externalization itself is not new, but the way it's happening right now, particularly to the Middle East, is emerging maybe in the last 15 or so years only. The labor externalization that we knew about was when Ugandans went to mostly the UK and maybe America, to work, but, mostly as maybe choice. Did we hear about choice today? Yes, but currently what we are seeing is a little bit organized with farms, with brokers, and with government involved, and the destination is changing as well. Uganda is a low-income country. and a very, very young country. 70% or 77% of our population are youth. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember well, Uganda has the second youngest population in the world. We are mostly dependent on agriculture. We have very, very high levels of unemployment and poverty. Our poverty line is just $1 per day, and even at that low poverty line, you have about 20% of the population living below the poverty line. And youth unemployment is very high. Just like my sister from Nigeria said, we have many people graduating from universities not having employment, but also we have very high school dropout rates, meaning that you have people that have not had adequate education and therefore do not have enough skills. Next. Yeah, so Uganda, I wanted to just digress away from labor migrants to Uganda being known mostly for refugee hosting. Uganda is mostly known as a refugee hosting country, having most of the refugees in the neighboring countries coming to Uganda, and also being praised for having a very welcoming and open door policy for refugees. But Uganda only hosts a very minute proportion of migrants. And what I wanted to bring out with this fact is that the migrants that are being hosted in Uganda are what you qualify mostly as expatriates. Expatriates. Just to draw the contrast on, we are exporting migrants, but we are receiving migrants. But what's the difference between what we are exporting and what we are importing? So mostly there will be expatriates or there will be business people. Next. And then we look at Uganda as a labor migrant sending country. The international statistics show that close to 800,000 Ugandans are migrant laborers, mostly within the region, but that there's an increasing trend to send for labor migrants to go to the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, like what has been talked about for the Philippine case, and the United Arab Emirates. Next. Yeah, so looks like among the unskilled labor migrants, even from my country, majority are women, especially those that are going to the Middle Eastern countries. And this also implies that they are gendered, there are gender perspectives in terms of the skills, in terms of labor migration, and in terms of the experiences and vulnerabilities of labor migrants. The daily chores have been talked about by previous speakers, which also implies that most of the labor migrants are living in the employers' homes, and which increases their vulnerabilities. Next slide. Yes, 78% of Ugandan migrants into the Middle East go to Saudi Arabia. Uganda only entered into a bilateral agreement, I think, with Saudi Arabia in 2018. As far as I know, and as far as I've discovered, it only has so far 2 bilateral agreements. This means that most of the labor migrants, even if they get their papers processed, they are going to countries where they have very, very limited protections. Next. The push and pull factors, I'm not going to dwell so much on them. I already showed you that through the context of my country. High levels of unemployment, very, very high poverty rates, family disintegration. Single mothers comprise one of the highest number of labor migrants, particularly domestic workers, and then high dropout. Those are some of the push factors. Pull factors, it seems like there is a very huge demand, particularly in the Middle East, for domestic workers, and also the promise of a better life when you travel abroad. And of course, there's the issue of remittances. The government seems to be interested in people going out because of what it's getting back. And of course, we can argue that also the families benefit, but mostly government fronts the whole issue of remittances, and that means that even when they are doing policies, they do not want to make policies that will discourage young people from going, but rather policies that will ensure that young people are going, and in return, the remittances are coming in. Next slide. The risks are also very well highlighted and documented. The last speaker talked about the kafala system in the Middle East and how that has been, the anti-kafala system has been included in the Global Compact. But the Ugandan migrants, most of them are still subjected to the kafala system, where the employer is the one in charge, of the rights and the welfare of the person, and there's little recourse to labor laws and, within the country. And so there's so much power that the employer has over a Ugandan labor migrant, particularly the domestic one. And then there's so much documented breach of employment contracts. Yes, there's emphasis on employment contracts, but in most stories, what is in the contract before somebody departs is changed once they arrive. And the Ugandan government is definitely not in position to enforce employment contracts. I heard that you have offices in those overseas countries. We have not yet reached that level, so we are at the mercy of the receiving country. And then unregistered employment agencies who traffic youths in the guise of labor migration. And recent statistics showed that actually women who are being trafficked internationally are on the increase in the guise of labor migration. Next slide. Yeah, that continues the identified risks and actual vulnerabilities that are suffered at the hands are suffered by particular domestic labor migrants. I'm not going to go through it, but because most of them have already been mentioned, including confiscation of documents, confiscation of salaries, abuse, and etc., etc. Next slide. Yeah. During COVID-19, my department, the Department of Social Work at Makerere University, participated in a study by the Global Fund to End Modern Slavery, and some of the findings, they were interviewing migrant domestic workers in the Middle East, calling them, those who are there and those who had returned. And some of the findings from that study are very, very revealing of a situation that is dire as far as the rights and welfare of Ugandan labor migrants are concerned. Quite a number of them lacked written contracts. Quite a number of them were living under dire situations in employers' homes. Quite a number of them, 90% had their identification documents held, and quite a number of them lacked freedom of movement. Even when they wanted to go to the shop or to the market, they lacked that freedom of movement. That study revealed that there's near zero monitoring of the welfare of labor migrants from Uganda to the Middle East. Next slide. And then I just wanted to highlight the direct quotations from some of the migrants, where they go, and more like what used to happen during slave trade, where they go, they are put in a big house, and then the buyers or prospective employers just come and begin picking, I want this, I don't want this one, I want this one, I don't want this one. And then the moment they are picked, then their documentation is taken away and they must work for a certain period until they are able to pay back probably the money that was involved when they were being sent to the destination countries. And yes, and then the whole change of, employers, you sign up for this employment and then you reach and there's a totally different set of employers. Next slide. And I wanted to highlight what's being covered in the newspapers, because even if we talk about the benefits, the remittances, and all that, anecdotal evidence is too frequent to be ignored. Sometimes as academicians, we tend to emphasize empirical evidence too much, but the evidence is always before our eyes. And from a social work perspective, if it affects just one person, even if it's the case of one person who has been raped or murdered, it's big enough to warrant our attention. Next slide. Yeah, I won't go through these typical stories, okay? I think I'd shown this one. I won't go through this, but the typical stories in the newspapers and in the interviews again show a population that is almost being left behind. Next slide. Next. Yes, so unlike the Philippines, that has a long history of laws and policies and structures and systems, our policy and legal framework on labor migration is just emerging. The earliest set of rules and regulations was developed in 2005 and revised in 2015. We have other kinds of programs and policies that are emerging, but they are still very serious gaps, particularly when it comes to enforcement, especially the fact that we do not have offices that are dedicated to protecting and looking out for the rights and welfare of labor migrants in the receiving countries. We might have embassies, but they do not have the capacity to follow up what's happening with these sets of workers. Next. Yeah. So I highlighted the issue of disguised human trafficking because the definition of human trafficking refers to recruitment, transportation, etc., but also talks of fraud, deception, abuse of power, or of a position of vulnerability, or of the giving or receiving of payments or benefits to achieve the consent of a person having control over another person for the purpose of exploitation. You might say that labor externalization by government and through registered brokers is not necessarily human trafficking, but because of the way it's being managed and the loopholes in governance, there's so much human trafficking that's happening right now, especially when it comes to domestic labor migrants to the Middle East. There's coercion, there's deception, especially in contracts. There is use of power and control over these young ladies, young women, that we should be thinking about human trafficking in this case. Next slide. And then I also highlight slavery because it appears in my title, okay? Long time ago, it's our chiefs. We read in history that the chiefs, the African chiefs, played a huge role as brokers when Africans were being sold into slavery, right? In exchange for, trappings, for whatever else was exchanged, but they sold their own people in exchange for benefits. My argument is, might it be that our governments and the private sector, the labor recruitment agencies, are the modern day chiefs that are exchanging human beings for individual benefits and for commercial purposes? You might say that the young people are benefiting from labor migration. Yes, maybe the slaves were also benefiting to some extent, but could we begin to think that a certain group of the population of this world is being exported, being sold into slavery so that the rest of us could benefit from this kind of trend? And if this is the case, next slide, what needs to be done? What points might we ponder about? Deliberately, I didn't make recommendations because I'm like, somebody mentioned this morning that labor externalization or labor migration is here to stay. So what points must we ponder about? How can governments do more to humanize labor externalization? How can government help the young ladies that I met at the airport that were dehumanized, whose identity had to be dropped in order to take on the identity of their employer? How can we humanize the whole pattern and trend of labor externalization or labor migration? What does decent work mean for semi-skilled labor migrants? What are sending countries such as Uganda and your own country benefiting or losing through labor externalization besides remittances? The danger with capitalism is that we forget the human aspect of things and we look at, the money, the economics, the things that we are benefiting from. So apart from remittances, what else can we think about? How can receiving countries be made more accountable for the welfare and the rights, of the people that go to work in those countries? And how could sending countries like my country, this morning I learned you're doing so much in this country, but how could a country like Uganda, with its weak economy, how best can it do to strengthen mechanisms for monitoring the welfare of labor migrants? Next, final slide. So my ending remarks is that labor externalization is likely to continue unless the economic and other conditions change in our home countries. And protections and working conditions are a little less than desirable for semi-skilled migrant workers. And both sending and receiving countries, as well as the whole of society, including ourselves, both academia, practitioners, policymakers, have an important role to play to make sure that the rights and welfare of labor migrants are being upheld. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Janistic, for your very interesting presentation and for sharing with us Uganda's experience in youth migration. It's also noteworthy that you mentioned really crucial issues like commodification of labor export, contract substitution, exploitation of workers, and not to mention feminization of labor. Um, your country, Uganda, poses an interesting case because it is both a labor sending country and at the same time a host to refugees and expats. And I can see a comparative study between the Philippines and Uganda in terms of migration governance, very much a worthy project to pursue. Thank you so much. Okay, now to continue our discussion, our next topic is about the role of the church in promoting integral human development. Welcome, promote, protect, and integrate. Joining us to lead this lecture is the Delegate Superior, Asia Delegation of the Missionary Sisters of St. Charles Borromeo, Scalabrinians, Sister Elizabeth Pedernal. Sister Pedernal is a missionary for more than 20 years and was sent to the mission in Chicago, USA, and Rome, Italy, both in administrative and missionary works with the migrants, Latino, Mexican in the USA, and Filipino migrants in Rome, developing and engaging in the welcoming, promotion, protection of the dignity and rights of migrants, both local and international, in emergency response and intervention. She engages partnering and network with other organizations like CIFAL to reach more stakeholders and enable them to be the protagonists of the trajectories for their freedom to live with dignity and to intensify and strengthen the consciousness, responsiveness of the right of migrants and most vulnerable ones like the victim of human trafficking, like labor trafficking, sex trafficking, and organs trafficking. So once again, let us all welcome Sister Elizabeth Pedernal.
Thank you very much, Director Michelle. It is a privilege for me to stand here, although I am shivering because it's not that because I'm so cold, because the person who's supposed to discuss these matters here, and I don't know how could I stand over him. No, just a joke. Anyway, what I was tasked to do is to discuss the role of the church in promoting integral human development of migrants through welcoming, promotion, protect, and integrate. Actually, this particular idea is focused on the Global Compact of Migration when it was discussed few years back in Rome. I've been part of the discussion, all throughout the discussion, and the church itself was able to produce the 20 Global Compact of Migration, wherein it is being designed and applied in the pastoral approaches in how we deal with migrants. So, next slide, please. We continue. Actually, the church for almost a century, I refer to the Catholic Church, more than I would say, to be exact, 110 years. As today, this year, we are celebrating on September 29, the 110 World Day for Migrants and Refugee. And prior on that, of course, the church did not stop on journeying and putting the content role on how we stand as the bearer of the good news to others. Likewise, in 1952, just a background of how the church moved through, the Exol Familia, modeling the family of Nazareth as a person going out in the flight of migration, had been mentioned. And there, it was a model on how the family being taken care in the journey and migration. And to pass forward, in 2004, the Erga Migrantes Caritas Christi, the love of Christ towards migrants, had been developed in order to see how this complexity of migration had been affected on the complete strata of human development. And the basis of the Catholic teaching of the church, which is as a key principle, brings us in order to put on the direction how can we deal on the integral human development. Next slide, please. As a context, the very core of this human integral human development is seeing the face of God to migrants. And this is because we are all a person of human dignity. As mentioned in the 2019 World Day of Migrants, the Church has repeatedly underlines the need for an integral approach to the issue of migration in profound respect for each person's dignity and right. So it is always seeing the image and likeness of God in this presentation of dealing the role of the church and dealing the church roles towards migrants. Next slide, please. And how we can understand this integral human development. In Evangelii Nunciandi number 18, it was discussed that integral human development refers to the holistic approach of human growth and encompasses not only economic and social aspect, but also spiritual and cultural dimensions. Likewise, it is comprehensive, recognizing the true progress that considers the well-being of individuals and communities as well. So here, we are not dealing only as a labor exports, not dealing only on the remittances, on the economic impact on the country where the persons are being sent or the person are being living. Likewise, there we look on the how is the well-being of each person. Next slide, please. There are key principles that we have to think into consideration. First, of course, as I have mentioned before, the dignity of a human person, as the church recognizes and teaches that every person is created in the image and likeness of God and possesses inherent dignity. There is the principle of solidarity. The church emphasizes the importance of standing and solidarity with marginalized groups, including migrants. This involves not only providing assistance, but also advocating for policies that protects their rights. And the third principle that covers in this is the common good. The church promotes the idea that the well-being of individual is interconnected with the well-being of the community. Efforts to support migrants contribute to the common good of the society. Here we have to recognize what is better and best to the person that we are dealing with, to the person who are living in the country, or to the person that sometimes we call, not sometimes, but most of the time, we think that they are the elements of economic backbone of the society, particularly in the Philippines. It is undeniably that you have heard before, it is the migrants or the OFW that serves as a backbone of Philippine economy. Next slide, please. As the church continues its role, there are various initiatives aimed at supporting the integral human development. There are four key elements that we have to consider. First, the pastoral orientations, the Catholic Immigrants Integration Initiative, the local church engagement, and the education and awareness. The pastoral orientations are, I'm referring to the documents of the church that makes us tool and a guide in order to serve the people whom we are called to serve. And the Catholic Immigrants and Integration Initiative are those of the responses of the church wherein from the country of origin to the country of destination, there is the interlink between the two points from the sending country to the receiving country. And this Catholic Immigrants Integration Initiative are sometimes, not sometimes, but most of the times, are called to be activated in the country of that of the receiving country. And of course, on the local church engagement, we recognize the local churches, both the sending and the receiving country, how they respond and perform their tasks in order to promote the integrity of every migrants in their places. And of course, the element of education and awareness. We perceive and we understand that education is a key element in order to heighten and fortify the knowledge of individual. And it is being realized in elements that can we move forward because we, the church believes that it is a tool in order to advance the understanding and the role that these people could be properly guided and perform their tasks because they themselves are the protagonists of their destination. Next slide, please. On the pastoral orientation, I am focusing on the documents of the church that is the 20 pastoral points of migration in the area of protection, on the area of welcoming, protection, promotion, and integration into the society. Because this encourages every Christian to provide spiritual support, social services, and advocacy for migrant rights. Next slide. As we move and understand how the church perform its role on the welcoming side, there are some, this is a way wherein we increase the identification of the safe and legal routes of migrants and refugees. The decision to immigrate or the decision to migrate should be made freely and voluntarily, not as a forced migration. We understand that the forced migration is one key push factor is that of poverty because there is a lack of opportunity in the country of origin that made them move forward in order to seek a greener pasture. And migration should be an orderly process which respect the laws of each country involved. We might be discussing, and in the morning we have discussed of the particular bilateral agreement between the countries. But it is just truly right to have this bilateral. However, in pushing what will benefit to the people is the proper monitoring and implementation and monitoring of this bilateral agreement. Until now, since 1997, when the international rights of migrants had been ratified. I guess only few of the receiving country had ratified this. Most of the country, or the sending country had ratified. But how it is being implemented to those receiving countries? And in this way, we have to understand also in the collective expulsion of migrants and refugees, also how is the legal route of migration? Is it safety? We've been discussing it. We've been hearing it through and through. But the church as a conscience and as a protagonist and a bearer of, I would say, a bearer of good news and to be an element of light and guide should also intervene and interpolate in this particular concern. Next slide, please. On the area of protection, how are the defense of the rights and dignity of migrants and refugees being done? And how is the church performing this? The church aims to have an integral approach to this issue because the church believes that the right to life is the most fundamental of all rights that cannot depend on the person's legal status. No matter what, if you are rich, you will be receiving everything. Just like if you are the rich country, you have the privilege to understand and do the thing. This question focuses on the immigrants, those who had been migrated and been in the country of destination. They themselves must be protected by the countries of origin. Immigrants must be protected by the countries of arrival in order to prevent exploitation, forced labor, and human trafficking. In history, the church itself had been reflecting and doing a lot, but later I will be sharing on how it is somewhat in a gray shade on its implementation in the local church. Also, the migrants, the asylum seeker, and the refugees must empowered to leverage their skills and competencies in order to improve their own well-being and the prosperity of their communities. Likewise, in order to protect the migrants themselves, the migrants must be empowered to leverage their skills and competencies. That's why most of the churches are also giving somehow on the training and capacity building in order to prepare the migrants on how they can perform better in the country of destination. But before that, I believe in the Philippines, the payers and the churches themselves are opening and doing the same action. Also, the church believes that the vulnerability of the unaccompanied minors and minors separated from their families must be tackled in accordance with the International Convention of the Rights of Child. It was discussed before that when living, the children are the one left behind. And who are taking care of them? What kind of protection have been given to them? Here in the Philippines, as I am also connecting with some of those working on the online sexual trafficking, the cases of the victim in this time of pandemic soar up until 500%. And some of those are the families of the migrants left behind. And how this protection in terms of the youth has been discussed by our colleague. It is not only an element of understanding how the migrants as an individual be protected, but to journey together as an intensive approach in order to apply not only for the adult, but more so of the most unprotected, the youth and the children. There are also for all underage migrants, as we have the International Convention of the Rights of the Child, this will become an element to give us and to organize ourselves for the safer and on the safeguarding of the children left behind. Next slide, please. In the same way as we do the protection, there is a need for the access to education. All underage migrants, asylum seekers, we have to see and understand how the access to welfare is being manifested or being implemented, respecting their rights to health and their basic health care. The church tried to promote how the migrant should be never become a national or stateless. There are many migrants, and one, as we understand, those who are moving, the refugees themselves coming from the different places, and they are not being accepted just on the area of the refugee center without identification. They are considered stateless, and there are thousands of them. And how can they be protected? As we move forward, the church also tried to foster the integral human development through the promotion on the development of alongside with the local residents, including them in the plan on the national development. Next slide. This means that in any places that the migrants are present, there should have an eye or to look before the how these residents being part of the plan under national government in their development. How is it here in the Philippines? Or how is it on the receiving countries? Are their voices being heard? We understand that the competences of migrants should be valued and developed in countries of arrival by guaranteeing equal access to higher education. And likewise, next slide, please. As we continue to promote in this area, there is also the understanding on how the plan of development is being treated. Is it only because of the fund? Are they part of the plan? Next slide, please. On the fourth idea, on the fourth principle of integration, it aims to a greater participation of the migrants and refugees to enrich local communities. It is undeniably that migrants contributing something good to the country of destination and likewise bring remittances to the country of origin. But this integration, but this element should give and should represent an opportunity for the growth as much as local communities and newcomers are concerned. There should be a positive narrative of solidarity toward migrants because we understand that they themselves are the protagonists. In the concern of the forced migration, those who are being forced to flee for humanitarian crisis and are subsequent, they should be assisted and repatriated program and must be ensured an appropriate condition for integration to their country of origin. There is the proper direction or coordination on the program themselves. Next slide, please. In various initiatives in order to support the integral human development of migrants, we have to understand that the local church engagement is very important. In the context of the Philippines, it is not only here, it is more than 38 years as we celebrate the 38 years National Day of Migrants also this September, try to respond and to promote and to collaborate on the proper, safe, and well-controlled migration. And likewise, the local churches themselves are developing the families of migrants. They themselves are being organized, just like in the area, the Episcopal Commission of Pastoral Care of Migrants, I believe, are the key persons moving forward in order to access and make the services and the services of the church being alive in this element. And also on the local church engagement as well, there in the area of networking, it is not only the Catholic Church, but also of the um, interfaith, simultaneous with the other faith that try to respond to the need of the migrants themselves with the criterion on the awareness and education. Next slide, please. The question on how the church documents and initiative help inspire the ministers in their service enable us to understand how this response can be done. Next slide. Surely, as I have mentioned before, the church helps to systematically respond, understanding and better pastoral response. It contextualizes the systematic pastoral approaches, and it is also linked to the capacity of each local churches in order to prepare in cases of emergencies, and also to be systematically applied and respond to the issues and concern of migrants. Next slide. The pastoral response were not always properly formulated because of the political and ideological concern. Yes, it is. Because there are the realities contrast to the ideal, there is the inconsistency of the fact that in reality, not everything is implemented. Next slide. As we move on, the church continue to inspire in making alive the love of Christ toward migrants, guided by the always denounced social and economic imbalances that are, for the most part, the cause of migration, the dangers of an uncontrolled globalization in which migrants are more the victim than the protagonist of their migration realities, and the serious problem of irregular immigration, especially when the migrants is an object of trafficking and exploitation by criminal organizations. The church is called to inspire and to combat these realities of imbalances. Next slide, please. At the end, next slide, the crucial part of it is crucial that the challenges and opportunities of international migration unite us rather than divide us. And that calls for the principle of collaboration and participation. This particular element is not an area of debate, but more so an area of sitting down and coming together in order to respond in partners and in collaboration how we promote and how we respond collectively in the promotion and integration of the migrants themselves. Next slide, please. We are encouraged the culture of encounter based on the listening and being compassionate that promotes solidarity. It in exchange of information of matters of the common pastoral interest. Of course, there are some excuses because even the local churches would say, we are not ready. We don't have funds. We don't have experts. But the challenge is how can they be equipped? And there are movements and there are capacities on the how, next slide please, on how the learning can be replicated and can be executed in serving the migrants themselves. There is the understanding, as I have presented on the journey of migration and the principles of equality and integral human development, the understanding of the migrants as a blessing. They themselves are the protagonists. They themselves need to be heard because they themselves are the key movers and they can bring about development, and changes. In the last slide, please. Okay. I want to end my sharing quoting the word of our founder, Blessed John Baptist Scalabrini, called to be the father of the migrants. The history tells us, the seeds migrate on the wings of the wind. Plants migrate from the continent to continent on the waves of the seas and rivers. Birds and other animals move from place to place. But even more so, human beings migrate, sometimes in groups, sometimes alone. And in doing so, are always the free instrument of divine providence, which presides over human destiny, leading all people, even through great calamities, to their final goals. That is, the perfection of man on earth and the glory of God in heaven. Thank you and good afternoon.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sister Beth, for your meaningful and a very meaningful and very interesting discussion. It is enriching to know the role of another actor, that is the church, in the discourse and practice of migration governance. And truly, the church plays a crucial role in protecting and promoting the rights and dignity of migrants abroad, especially the marginalized ones. And as a student migrant myself in the past, I can really attest to that, especially in my study on Filipino marriage migrants, where the church played a very crucial role in protecting the marriage migrants from not only abuse, but interestingly, in assisting them in their filing of divorce from their husbands. Okay, thank you so much, sister. And now let's give us an overview on how to ensure evidence-based and people-centered policy recommendations on migration. Together with us is Dr. Jocelyn Silero, an associate professor at the UP Asian Center. So aside from being an associate professor, Dr. Silero is also the coordinator of Japan Studies program at the UP Asian Center. She teaches courses on Japanese society, culture, politics, and economy. She obtained her PhD in International Studies at Waseda University, Tokyo, Japan, in 2016. She has published on migration and transnationality of Filipino migrants and Japanese Filipinos. Since 2019, she has served as a consultant and focal person for UP-CIFAL Philippines. So once again, let us welcome our speaker, my colleague and a good friend, Dr. Jocelyn Celero.
Thank you, my good friend, for a very kind introduction. It's an honor to be here, being consultant supporter of the UP-CIFAL Philippines for the last 6 years. I have witnessed how the organization was really grown, and I'm very happy to take part in all of its endeavors, especially the promotion of the PCGM, the professional course on migration. But also, every once in a while, there are webinars on migration and development, which I also participate in. It's one of those. So thank you for the assignment, Municipal Philippines, and for this opportunity to participate in this very timely and relevant symposium to understand migration phenomenon within, from, and beyond the Philippines. I'd like to approach the assigned topic from both academic perspective and experiential. No, academic meaning, just like Michelle, Dr. Palombarit, is also someone who has been doing migration research. I've been doing long duration research on Filipino migrants, especially in Japan. I've attended numerous conferences and symposia here and abroad on migration. And here at the Asian Center, I've been teaching courses on Filipino migration and diaspora. And my presentation will also reference scholarly concepts and sources. So experiential approach, meaning I'd like to in my presentation, I'd like to approach the topic as a Filipino migrant myself, having lived in Japan for almost 9 years, engaging with the Filipino migrant community there. And these experiences significantly shaped my positionality as an ethnographer, one who has privileged someone who has privileged migrant stories and experiences and very sympathetic to the plight of our Filipino migrants. And I have given utmost importance to the migrant stories and perspectives in my own research as well as advocacy for Filipinos abroad. Next slide, please. So my presentation is divided into 5 parts. So beginning with clarifying some of the key concepts in the title of my presentation itself. I'll also provide explanations as to why sometimes migration knowledge does not translate into policy making. So there are some existing explanations to that. There are also challenges to ensuring evidence-based and people-centered and migration policy making, which we can all together reflect on. And then I'd like to suggest ways on how we can ensure that migration knowledge benefits migrants, no, Filipinos in general, towards people-centered policy making in migration. And I will use as a take-off point our ongoing research on the health and social security systems literacy of Filipino migrant workers in Hong Kong, Singapore, and Japan. I'll share some insights based on that project. And then I'll end by highlighting 3 important points based on the discussions that we'll offer today. Okay, next slide, please. So the main article where I source definitions of the terms such as evidence-based policy making, policy-based evidence making, and people-centered research and policy making is the work of Stylike. No, Stylike wrote an article titled "Producing Migration Knowledge from Big Data to Evidence-Based Policy," and this became my major reference here in clarifying these concepts that that you can see on the screen. So when we say evidence-based policy making, we academics conduct research to produce knowledge and information that are relevant to policies and programs. It's based on the assumption that there is a direct and linear relationship, no, between evidence and resulting policy. Rather than emphasizing that oftentimes policy problems and their solutions are constructed through negotiation, no? Because oftentimes, no, various stakeholders have competing interests, no, and agendas, no, for doing research and also designing policy. So there is an assumption that migration evidence is value-free and context-neutral when policymakers reference them, no? Which is contrary to how social scientists, like people like me, no, to how we believe in the pursuit of research. I once asked renowned scholar Pechalian, who's also doing migration, Filipino migration research. She's Taiwanese. And I asked her, have you done advocacy work? Do scholars need to do advocacy work? Or do we always have to feed our research to the state, no, to the policymakers? And she immediately said, no, not necessarily. Sometimes our work ends when we have delivered the results of our study. And in a way, we have service, the humanity, if we have achieved the goals or objectives of our own research. On the other hand, there's also a practice in the academe, especially those doing consultancy work, no? Those doing working at think tanks or organizations that are predominantly doing research. They do something like policy-based evidence making, no? Wherein knowledge production is done to target or substantiate already existing policies. Yan. So it coexists with the former, though it tends to serve the interest of the government or the state rather than the migrants. So there's some kind of bias there, no? And there's this idea of people-centered research and policy making, echoing the pursuit of inclusive, power-sensitive, self-reflective knowledge production and recommendations for policy. So how do we pursue this? I'll get to the succeeding slides to elaborate. Okay, next slide, please. So Baldwin, Edwards, and his colleagues identified three reasons why there's a tendency, there's a gap no, that exists between knowledge production and policy making. So one is due to competing approaches in social sciences, such as in migration research, no, we don't always employ the same perspectives or frameworks no, in our research. So what counts as evidence is always contested and challenged. And we among scholars, no, sometimes engage in these debates. Sometimes we embarrass ourselves, you know, because we have differing perspectives and also the data that we capture can only do so much, no, in explaining our, you know, the mission of our research. Second, not only empirical results, but also policymakers' individual expertise and judgment, institutional capacity, and dominant policy narratives. They are in conflict, no, in tension, no. Policymakers maybe conveniently say, oh, Filipinos tend to migrate to seek greener pastures, no, without nuancing, no, there are other factors or reasons as to why why Filipinos leave, no, other than economic motives. And then third, policy making is an inherently political process. Like I said, even among our policymakers, they also debate no, on whose interests do they serve, no, whose interests are being served in every policy or program that they design. Unfortunately, it's not always pro-migrant. No? So there are competing interests in knowledge production among scholars and there are competing interests among policymakers themselves. Okay, next slide, please. So there are challenges now in making evidence-based and people-centered policy recommendations no, in migration. And we start with the first challenge, no? The question of voice and positionality. Because when you look at research so far done on migration, makes you ask, who talks about migration and who does not? And our articulations about migration really about the phenomenon or just linking migration to broader phenomena? Do researchers privilege the voices, the sentiments, the experiences of migrants themselves? Or are they simply reporting these, right? And create an interpretation out of these collected narratives, right? According to Denzin, so there are two types of interpreters of knowledge, no? Interpreters of voice and position. No? People who are actually experienced, who have actually experienced what has been described, and those who are often ethnographers or field workers, so-called well-informed experts. And these two types, local or scientific, often give different meanings, the same set of thickly described or inscribed experiences. And if I elaborate further on this, Denzin also created a typology no, of discourses. Yes, next slide, please. Yan. So these typologies, okay, show that there are at least every time there's a migration research, no, being presented, no, being made available out there, no. Readers simply reference the data, maybe, or concerned about the quality of data, no, or the credibility of data that is, without really looking at whether the researcher is speaking on behalf of the migrants, or are they using the migrant experiences simply as case in point? No, the ways in which voice, how migrant voice is represented, or whether migrant voice is even silenced in the process of, you know, analyzing data, right? So there are several perspectives here, no? So there's an existence of several people-centered perspectives, even in migration research, even on research that focuses on migrants of different categories. No? So the researcher migrant, the migrant respondent, the observer who is a non-migrant who has zero experience of migration, And then you have experts or scientists who are also non-migrants who are simply receiving or dependent on the results of studies on migrants. So this suggests that there are several voices there, no, that oftentimes do not cohere and are not always represented equally of equal significance. No, what's worse or problematic is oftentimes migrants are seen or treated as subjects, and their voices are silenced, no, are muted in the presentation of data. Simply put, migrants are seen as subjects or sources of data, for by scholars, no. Without naming names, I know there are colleagues doing this. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next challenge is migration analyzed from macro level frame, or macro level or broader phenomena, no? And this is an issue of research agenda and bias that tends to favor the state or tends to do research employing state-centric analysis. Ayan. So there's a tendency to influence unit of analysis and research bias. And I'm going to show you in the succeeding slides that even in my own collection of Filipino migration literature, you see how diverse the frames of analysis, units of analysis being used by my colleagues, migration studies colleagues. And the state-centered analytical focus in migration research tend to put more emphasis on how states manage migrants, as if migrants are people to be controlled, no? Just like borders are to be regulated, no? Otherwise, no, state will lose power or sense of control, right? While micro-level focus in migration data tends to suffer from limited sampling, diba? And it yields results that are context-dependent and not necessarily generalizable. It also tends to sometimes demonize the state, like dumping all the burden of providing solutions on their lap. No, good thing nowadays we are aware of the whole of society approach, no, to migration research and policy making. Because back then, I feel that even my students, and I always call their attention every time they conclude their papers and they end up making suggestions that the government should do this, the government should do that. What is your role, you know, in addressing the problem anyway? What is the role of civil society, of academia? You know, so without accounting for the responsibilities, duties and responsibilities that different stakeholders might, you know, contribute, you know, towards alleviating or mitigating the problem. So in the succeeding slides, so there's a need to incorporate, therefore, in those state-centered analysis of migration to be balanced out, no, with individual and migrant level experiences, to further enhance, no, insights, no, on migration and develop a more holistic approach to data collection. And as I'm going to show you in the succeeding slides, please. Next slide, please. Even in my own readings, no, on Filipino diaspora, this course on Filipino migration and diaspora, intercultural encounters in Filipino diaspora, I categorize these researches on Filipino migration, no, into 4. So which of the studies are very state-centered? So focusing on the role of the state, no, in migration issues, yellow highlighted. The blue highlighted focuses on, are those studies that focus on communities, networks, and civil societies' roles in migration. And then the green highlights are those empirical work that are mostly case studies of Filipino migrants and groups in various parts of the world. Okay. And then those with pink highlights marry macro and meso levels of analysis, empirical, on the ground data with state level data. And if you notice, so I already identified the number, so far, most of the existing studies on Filipino migration are on a micro context, no? A micro level analysis. So they're mostly case studies, so cannot be generalized. No? You cannot say that experiences of Filipinos in Canada, migrant workers there, or even Filipino domestics, for example, in Hong Kong, and how we address their struggles, their challenges to say healthcare can be applied to alleviate, the problems on healthcare of those, say, in Singapore. And we found this as well very comparatively fascinating, even in our own research, that not all policies that work in one context can be applied elsewhere. So yeah, so just to show you how, I don't know, robust or thriving, I'd like to say we are a work in progress in terms of accumulating research, literature on Filipino migration and diaspora. So there's a lot. Next slide, please. Yes. So a lot more, marriage, the more balanced, holistic approach to migration research has been done by my colleagues in migration studies. And then the third challenge in making evidence-based and people-centered policy recommendations on migration stems from the question, who benefits from migration research? No, it's agendas. It's the issue of agenda setting. No? According to Stylike, no, in his article, said migration knowledge can be beneficial to all, no, if we have enough evidence. No, but even the word enough, is very subjective. When do we stop? When do we say that we have already saturated the field? No, that we have already collected data so we can formulate generalizable conclusions. No, it's hard to say, no, especially in migration studies, that there's no universal law or universal law or theory of migration so far. There's no grand theory of migration. But it is an outcome of co-production of knowledge. Sabi, it's beneficial, we will benefit from migration knowledge and information if we take the process of collecting data a co-productive endeavor, no? A collaborative endeavor. So, while the lack of information is a major constraint to migration governance, and that's an excuse by every state, especially sending states versus the Philippines, we're having trouble governing we're a work in progress in terms of becoming a model for migration governance, but there's still a lot of work to be done, especially in data collection. So we need the contributions of migration scholars, no? For example. But so far, what is happening is oftentimes, there are competing interests in pursuing migration research. No? The government doesn't listen all the time to what the academics come up with. No? Civil society, if you allow a space for the civil society and migrant themselves to engage, yes, they will dialogue. No? But unless you bring them in to the conversation, I think they have their own line of work, to do in addressing the rights and concerns, the welfare of migrants in general. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like to, I'm on my fourth part of my presentation. How many minutes do I have then? How much time? 5? Okay. Sabi ko na eh. Nadaldal ako eh. So, okay. So, how do we frame our research as a contribution to evidence-based and people-centered policy recommendations, no? So I'd like to use our current studies as a take-up point, and in this project, we have endeavored to include multiple stakeholders, Philippine government agencies, Filipino domestics themselves, no, migrant NGOs, the think tank courtesy of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, the one that funded these 2 studies, in every stage of the research, from designing tools to data collection to dissemination of findings. Next slide, please. So in the first wave of our research, we conducted a scoping review of extant scholarship on health and social security systems made available, to the Filipino migrant workers based in Hong Kong, Japan, and Singapore, as well as the Philippines as the sending state. We employed mixed methods in the data collection through engaging with academic sources relevant to the theme And after discovering there's scarcity of scholarship on the subject matter, we embarked on interviewing key Philippine government agencies to identify the enabling constraining factors to ensure that our OFWs are literate in the existing health and social protection programs of the country. We used their input to develop the questionnaire for conducting focus group discussions and individual interviews with Filipino domestics themselves based in the three destinations. Next slide, please. I think down to my last 3 slides. Okay. So in the second wave of our study that we did last year, we designed survey tools based on multimedia and printed materials about the existing programs and policies on health and social welfare by the Philippine government, courtesy of the 6 key migration agencies. And we also did these tools based on the available sources about the programs of Hong Kong, Singapore, and Japan. After designing the tools, we sought the cooperation of key migration agencies so that we can refine further the tools. And then the ways the programs are explained in the tools, both in English as well as in Filipino. We did the translation in Filipino ourselves. After which, we also solicited the assistance of migrant NGO leaders based in the 3 destination areas to further refine and categorize the items in terms of whether they are basic, intermediate, or advanced information on healthcare and social protection for migrant workers. So this feedback from the NGO leaders help us as well in organizing the items. When we pilot tested the instrument to the first 15 Filipino domestics based in the 3 destination areas, we also asked for their feedback in answering the survey, whether they were long, which parts were difficult. And this initial feedback was our way of making sure that our tools catered to their literacy needs above all. It was through them that we learned to implement the survey both on-site and online to address gaps in digital literacy among our workers, to simplify the Filipino words so it is easier to understand, and rearrange the items by putting information about health and social security programs of the receiving country first, and putting the Philippine programs last. Because if you put the Philippine programs, tendency is they stop answering the survey because most of them are no longer familiar with the Filipino policies on healthcare and social protection. Next slide, please. So in the second wave also, we integrated health items that are for Filipino women, such as reproductive health items, because according to the study of Veronica Ramirez on diseases of migrant workers, Filipino domestics are prone to such health concerns, no, concerning female reproductive system. So these are the screenshots, no, of the survey that we promoted online. And here are the first 2 pages of the survey tools that we distributed online and also in printed form, written in Filipino. Next slide, please. Okay, so to ensure that migration evidence is people-centered, we include our migrants, the Filipino public, so that includes the Filipino families left behind, and other stakeholders in the dissemination of this research through a webinar. So we're very grateful to the PIDS because they made this symposium possible last June 2023 on the occasion of the Migrant Workers Day. And this PIDS webinar was in hybrid format, no, so it allowed dissemination of results to greater public and creating a space for dialogue between academia, think tanks, NGOs, Philippine government agencies, and of course, Filipino migrant workers themselves. So the production of open access discussion papers, such as I've shown earlier, also encourages more research that bridge empirical work and policy making, and academia and policymakers themselves. So yeah, there's Director Jocelyn Hapel there of OWA. Okay, so bridging academic research and advocacy, no? The term health and social security systems literacy was too academic from the perspective of civil society organizations. So, and we've learned that during the conversation with CMA through Ma'am Ellen Sana, no? So for a while, she wasn't following the idea behind the research. And it helps to understand also that, you know, they have civil society organizations do not necessarily speak the language of academics in research. At the same time, we learned through presenting this study online, especially because there are migrant workers present, no, we get comments like, Filipinos tend to be sensitive to the use to the term nanny. Like they don't want to use the term nanny. It's derogatory. And we had to explain and clarify that this is something that was derived from literature, but not necessarily defining their identity as domestic worker. So that sort of conversation was necessary to make sure that, their feelings are, given importance, are valued in the dialogue. So I'd like to end with my last slide because I already saw the wrap up signal. Okay, so I'd like to end this presentation with 3 points. So first, I think we academics, we tend to view migrants simply as subjects in our research. We're guilty of that in some ways. But we've seen also over time how there are efforts on our part, to be fair, to view migrants as co-producers of knowledge, that they are also part of, improving knowledge production and dissemination, and the whole stage of producing knowledge on migration so that it translates to better policies. And to make sure that the policy recommendations we're feeding to our government agencies are pro-migrant. Then third point, migration scholars and other stakeholders, I think there's a need to constantly negotiate power relations in knowledge production to ensure transparency and accountability in every process of the migration research, from design, data collection to dissemination, taking into consideration the value of the feedback, that we get from the migrants themselves. And then finally, migration governance is beneficial for all of us, if we design policies based on evidence, sufficient evidence that is co-produced, inclusive of all migrants, regardless of categories, and other markers of identity such as gender, ethnicity, ethno-linguistic identity. It needs to be power sensitive. And also, especially on our part as academics, we need to be reflective of our position and to whom do we write or produce our research. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and looking forward to the open forum. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Celero. Dr. Celero's talk reminds me of a line from Robert Evans. It goes like this. There are three sides to every story. Your side, my side, and the truth, and no one is lying. So memories shared serve each other differently. And I do hope that when you do research on migration, I myself included, you include the three sides of the story, the voice of the migrants, your interpretation, and the truth of the matter. And if you want to add Dr. Celero's side, please send her an email. So kidding aside, thank you so much, Dr. Celero. And our last lecture for the symposium, we will dig deeper into strengthening migration governance, through local knowledge systems, to be presented not by me, but by my namesake, Michelle Ong. So Professor Ong is a full-time faculty member of the University of the Philippines, Diliman College of Social Sciences and Philosophy's Department of Psychology, where she teaches research courses and developmental psychology. So she earned her PhD from the University of Auckland, doing her dissertation on Filipina migrants' embodiment of aging. She has conducted further research on older Filipino migrants in Japan and former overseas Filipino workers who have returned to the Philippines for good. So apart from her contribution to the study of the intersection of aging and migration, she has published on children's rights and issues and psychosocial support for children. In her work, she applies a critical gendered lens and Psikologiyang Filipinos concepts, theories, and methods. So our dear guest, let us welcome Dr. Michelle Ong.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I hope everybody is still all right. It's nearly 4, which is when our symposium is supposed to have, when we expect our symposium to end, but there's one more talk. I'll try to go through the talk within the amount of time allotted to me, so I will stick to my script and hope that there's enough time later also for questions and answers. So please call me Mitch. I'm from the Department of Psychology of the College of Social Sciences and Philosophy. And some of the things that I will talk about today draws from my research on older migrants based permanently in New Zealand, in Japan, and former overseas Filipino workers who have returned for good. Okay. Next slide, please. So this is the outline for this talk, local knowledge systems. Why should we develop local knowledge systems? Introducing Psikolohiyang Pilipino or indigenous Filipino psychology. I would like to present pakikipagkapwa. I will explain what that means later, as an underlying ethic of service, and ginhawa as the goal of migration services. And then also some advantages of using local research methods and some of the challenges and limitations of using local concepts and methods. Next slide, please. Next. I don't know if that's clear enough for everyone to read, so I'll just do a quick translation. So this is an excerpt from an interview with a participant who was a former OFW. She says, oh, this was a last question during the interview. Do you have any more, do you have advice for OFWs who are returning to the Philippines for good? And Alice says, oh, that's a huge problem for some people. You know, it depends on the work. Doctors, nurses, they have savings. They have huge salaries. Architects, engineers, they have savings. But people like me who are skilled workers, not everybody had huge salaries. And if the spouse was in the Philippines and you're just sending the money back home, what do they bring home then? Uh, it's all been spent, right? So what happens when they return? Nothing, zero. Lalo na kung wala silang vision, especially if they had no vision, they're renting a home, they've adopted all of their relatives, there's nothing. Back to that. It depends on your salary and your employer. Not everybody is lucky. Not everybody is fortunate. Majority are not fortunate and they're pitiful, nakakaawa. You think just because they're working abroad, they're doing well. It's not the case. When they come back home, what do? They borrow money. If they're senior citizens above 60, they don't get loans. If they don't have what's SSS? Social social security contributions, that's the SSS, then they have no savings for their old age. They have no plans, no health plans, bank accounts, memorial plans. What then? If their children had not gone to school and did drugs, nothing. That will be a problem of the government. How does the government help an OFW who comes home defeated, head bowed, nakayuko? How do they help them stand again? Okay, next please. Alice is a former OFW who worked as a hairstylist for nearly 3 decades in one of the Gulf countries. She was able to successfully give her children a college education, purchase property, and retire in relative comfort in the Philippines at age 60. She had already been retired 6 years when we met, and we had this conversation. And she was relatively healthy, able to do part time work, offering her services to friends and neighbors. Alice is what many would describe to be a success story of labor migration. She talked about working even on her days off and finding different ways to make extra money. She talked about making investment and savings plans and implementing them together with her husband, who was also an OFW for the same company, and ensuring that they had close monitoring and guidance of their 2 children who were left behind. In this excerpt, she clearly points out that having a vision allows one to succeed. At the same time, she mentions good fortune. And in her story, she also acknowledges how lucky she and her fellow employees were to have had a caring and generous employer abroad. There is some tension between these two ideas. One proposes that having a vision and seeing it through, being able to take control of one's future, is what determines an OFW's future. The other idea recognizes that there are many things that are outside one's control, one's employment conditions, health issues, crises in the family that can cause them to end up in a sad state, nakayuko, nakakaawa. The last question is one we all here are concerned about. Paano itatayo ng gobyerno ang isang OFW na umuwi ng nakayuko? This is a question government agencies, policymakers, civil society actors, migrant advocates, and migrants themselves have been working on for 5 decades now in the Philippines. In this presentation, I propose that we can bring additional perspectives and tools drawn from local knowledge systems that may help us find new, more effective answers and enhance or complement previous ones. Human migration, even temporary labor migration, is a cultural experience. What norms there are around the work that one is doing, the expectations for men and women to fulfill certain roles, what values are similar or different between oneself and one's employer, these are just a few of the many things shaped by culture. As such, it can be detrimental to migrant worker services for solutions to be thought of as universal and unchanging, as being able to produce the expected results for everyone if they have been found to be consistently effective for some. Globally, there is a growing recognition that policy should be informed by local knowledge systems. Local knowledge frameworks and methodologies have been used productively to inform health policies, to support mental health and well being, to foster sustainable development, and respond to climate change. These topics have some relevance for Filipino migrant workers and we can therefore expect local approaches to understanding their experiences and issues to be fruitful. Having a better understanding of context, language, and culture can lead to improving our responses, their relevance, and their accessibility. But how can such an understanding be achieved? For migration governance to succeed in enabling migrant workers to reap the benefits of human mobility, the collection of relevant and reliable information on migration is paramount. So data, right? Data collection was number one of the objectives of the GCM. Such information is expected to be used by various government and non-government agencies for policymaking, planning and programming, service delivery, and their evaluation. Currently, the data collected by most migration servicing agencies are mainly of a quantitative nature, following established conventions on data collection and use that have been implemented in businesses and governments everywhere. Quantitative data on migrant Filipinos, including overseas Filipino workers as a subset, provide a large-scale view of the state of migrant workers, their numbers, where they go to work, how much they remit home, and so on. Gender and development policy enshrined in the Magna Carta of Women requires data disaggregation by sex, and most offices will collect information that is specific to their mandate. For example, the Department of Justice collects information on the status of cases filed by and against migrant workers and or their recruiters, while the Department of Health collects information on the HIV status of OFWs to track the number of cases among them. While these existing data collection and management practices already produce valuable data, locally grounded approaches may offer an important addition to the research toolkit of government and non-government agencies and actors. Local methods can complement existing ones by providing an additional set of perspectives and tools for understanding migration and migration services. These alternative ways of asking questions and collecting data can provide more nuanced insight that complements the large amounts of quantitative data already being collected using various forms, intake sheets, and surveys. They can also be more useful for understanding experiences or phenomena that are not easily examined through these means. For example, a survey might capture a migrant worker's expressed reasons for wanting to return to the Philippines for good, but will not be able to show how these reasons are connected, how they build upon each other, how they can be in conflict, and how there may also be reasons that individuals are not able to articulate but could have implications for advocacy, service provision, and policy making. Next. So introducing Psikolohiyang Pilipino. In the Philippines, Psikolohiyang Pilipino, or often translated as Filipino psychology or indigenous Filipino psychology, has been at the forefront of developing a psychological science. Next, please. That is born of the Filipino experience, thought, and orientation since its inception in the 1970s. It is simultaneously a commentary on and an alternative to how the social sciences, particularly psychology, remained Western and colonial in orientation. Uh, while Psikolohiyang Pilipino is about psychology, it is a field of study and advocacy that invites interest from researchers from different disciplines, so it's very multidisciplinary, and from practitioners working in various areas. It has been and continues to be a rich source of ideas about Filipino values, behavior, and experiences. An important contribution of Psikolohiyang Pilipino is the development of psychological concepts and theories based on local languages, which have been shown to have relevance for understanding and solving real-world problems of Filipinos and Philippine society. For example, next please, for migrants and migration services, the concept of ginhawa, well studied from an anthropological, linguistic, and historical and clinical psych perspective, appears promising. Ginhawa refers to a sense of gaan, or lightness and ease, and gana, or interest or zest for life. It is understood to be the outcome of good relationships between oneself and one's environment, with the community, family, and God or a higher being. Next, please. So I really find interesting the earlier presentation on integrated human development, integrative human development. It is thought that ginhawa cannot be had at the expense of one's kapwa. Next, please. Or fellow human being. Ginhawa is considered to be more than just economic well-being and more than an absence of problems or challenge in life. It's possible to have ginhawa, or some kind of well-being, when one has a sense of being capable or having resources, not just financial, but also social, emotional, and spiritual, to deal with one's problems. Notably, next please, ginhawa is among the key aspirations. Next. Ginhawa is among the key aspirations articulated by Filipinos in the collective long-term vision compiled by the National Economic Development Authority. So, contained in this document, ambition natin, or our vision for 2040, is the longing for matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay, or a resilient or good and peaceful life. Another important contribution is the development of culturally appropriate methods for data collection and analysis. Next, please. One of the earliest outputs of Psikolohiyang Pilipino is Makapilipinong Pananaliksik. It's a methodology for the conduct of ethical research in the Filipino context that emphasizes acknowledging and minimizing the power difference between the researcher and the participants, and making sure the outcome benefits marginalized Filipinos, as well as enabling a positive and empowering experience for participants. So definitely resonates a lot with what Dr. Celero just presented. Locally, these concepts and methods have been applied to research on children's issues, children's rights, mental health, well-being. Internationally, some of the methods have been successfully adapted to study children in development work, migrants, and immigrant identities in other countries. Okay, next please. So I will discuss some ways that these local concepts and research methods developed by Psikolohiyang Pilipino can be useful for strengthening migrant management, migration management. These are not meant to be prescriptions, but just points for reflection. Okay, so next. Perhaps the most influential concept developed by Psikolohiyang Pilipino is the concept of kapwa and the related pakikipagkapwa. Kapwa, or a shared sense of self, is theorized to be the core value of Filipino psychology. All social relations, communications, goals, and aspirations are said to be shaped by this core value of seeing the self not as separate from others, even from individuals who are not kin or close friends. Filipinos are said to recognize in themselves and others, at the most basic, a shared humanity and dignity. So I really like how in all the presentations this afternoon, there has been an emphasis on recognizing human dignity and humanity. And this is expressed in pakikipagkapwa, relating to each other as kapwa. This way of relating underlines an ethical mindset of mutual care and responsibility, where people interact with the hope of finding in themselves and in the other their shared humanity and uplifting each other's dignity despite differences in social standing, education, gender, sexual orientation, age, etc. In the provision of migration services, OFWs may be referred to as clients, beneficiaries, or recipients, which connote certain types of relationships between them and the offices or persons that they encounter. The word client, for instance, suggests a business-like relationship between the migrant and the agency, where the goal is to provide a service effectively and efficiently, that is, with the least possible waste of time, energy, and money. I don't know if you've ever been to a doctor's clinic that was run like a business and where you were thought of as clients, where consultations were done very, very quickly, very, very efficiently. It's not always a desirable outcome. The words beneficiaries or recipients suggest a somewhat paternalistic relationship where the institution determines what is best, perhaps based on what they are able to offer, and migrants are passive receivers or dependents who have little or no contribution to their own development or choice to what they are to receive. Next. So in my research, migrant Filipinas are very careful to avoid being dependents or beneficiaries of their families. So these are three different participants, two from Japan, one from New Zealand, who basically express the idea that you avoid at all costs being families dependent or the state dependent. Dito, so one person says, here in Japan, when you say that you are a pensioner, it seems like you've become a dependent of the government's taxes. That's how it feels, and you don't want that. Okay. So another participant says, I hope I'm not just another mouth to feed to my children. No, yung palamunin. Okay. To become a dependent or beneficiary is seen to be demeaning by migrants. This perception is connected to how migrants' value is very often measured by states in terms of their economic contributions to the countries of origin and to their host country. Even though we disagree and critique such a poor view of people who may need help, it is important to develop helping relations that avoid migrants feeling that they are to blame for their condition or that they are burdens to society and their families, no longer of any value or use. This feeling or perception of being devalued and looked down upon can be unwittingly perpetuated by the language that we use and the processes implemented in delivering migrant services. So how can we communicate and uphold respect for and the dignity of migrant workers as kapwa? How can we make them feel valued and heard? What opportunities can we give Filipino migrants to feel that their knowledge, skills, and experiences are valued? If migrant service provision is to be reconceptualized as being based on pakikipagkapwa, there are several things that we can rethink in the effort to recognize the shared humanity of all migrants and the service providers, which could result in the restoration of mutual respect and dignity through their interactions. Next. Okay. First, how agencies or offices that migrant workers visit throughout their migration journey communicate with them is a concrete manifestation of pakikipagkapwa or the lack thereof. Communication by individual staff who interact with migrant workers and formal mass communication used through printed material, social media, and websites should ideally be consistent in their use of language that is easily understood by migrant workers. No? So such as the example presented by Dr. Celero, where you have to communicate in a language that is understandable by migrant workers, that makes them feel comfortable and offers opportunities for feedback Part of improving communication for frontliners is training on things like psychological first aid, perhaps, training on gender sensitivity, cultural sensitivity, communication skills, and conflict resolution. More formal communication channels may be improved by a review of the communication policy, including a discussion of how language, social media, and traditional media use may be improved so that the process is not only made more effective, but representations and images of the Filipino migrant and migration veer away from stereotyping and marginalization, but reflect their actual complexity and nuances. Next. Second, we can challenge reintegration services, which more often than not, which more often than not regard returning migrants as not having sufficient competencies or capacities for local jobs, therefore requiring further training. Is it possible or to find or create job opportunities that maximize what returning migrants bring? Is it possible to find and develop volunteering opportunities that returning migrants might find meaningful and rewarding, even as they pursue further training to take on new employment or entrepreneurship? Next. Third, employing pakikipagkapwa as the underlying ethic of service necessitates advocating for OFWs in the wider community so that the reintegration of migrant workers truly becomes a whole of society endeavor. While OFWs are perceived to contribute significantly to nation building and the economic well-being of their families and communities, it is unfortunate that some of them find little support upon their return. Such support should be given by society not just out of a transactional obligation based on the economic contributions of OFWs, but made out of a recognition of them as kapwa, as deserving of a life of dignity as everyone else. Next. So Kat is a permanent migrant to New Zealand who talks about how sometimes your family treats you like a bank who just sends money. No? So she tells particularly of a story of one relative who, after she died, nobody remembered anymore. No, after the remittances stopped. Okay, next. So ginhawa as the goal of migration services. Next. This is a migrant, a permanent migrant to Japan who plans on doing transnational migration in old age to maximize the benefits of her pension. So to live half of the year in Japan, half of the year in the Philippines, so that she receives her pension, but also enjoys the company of her community, her relatives, her family based in the Philippines, because Japan, in her mind, is a very lonely place to grow old. Um, what does it mean to have a good life? What can it look like? Uh, it's consistent with the notion of kapwa as being a shared sense of self, and decisions to further one's ginhawa are seldom made alone and never without regard for how they will make an impact on the people that we care about. For example, the decision to migrate, for how long, what to do in case we have problems, what to do when we return, they are all ideally made in a way that respects and strengthens one's networks without foreclosing the possibility that new relationships and new networks can develop over time. Okay. Programs to assist migrant workers would do well to help develop such networks in both the migrants' community of origin and in the host societies' communities, and to develop and support these diverse networks, which can include hometown organizations, gender-based groups, interest groups, religious groups. Okay. Ginhawa is not just about economic stability, which is a prime concern of migration services, but also stability and harmony in one's relationships with one's family, community, spirituality, and nature. A recent study on the types of programs available for reintegration services for returned OFWs found that majority, or 6 in 10 programs, are related to income security. But there are many more problems or issues in reintegration that these programs are not able to address. Okay, next. Next. Sorry. Next. We'll move to some advantages of local research methods. Yeah, okay. Several local research methods have been developed over the last few decades, each of them with their own strengths and weaknesses. There are some commonalities and themes to these various methods. Next. First, they are qualitative. Next. Yeah, qualitative in nature, and they are of greatest use for researching topics or problems that are novel, not well studied, difficult to reach subgroups. And these methods are good for collecting data on how people make sense of themselves and their world using their own language. Next. Second, because these methods are derived from local culture, they are tended to be perceived as more enjoyable, more comfortable by the participants themselves, and data collection is done through processes that are familiar to them and fits relatively easily into their daily lives. Next. These methods are very flexible. They can be used for collecting data, whether from individuals or groups, for sensitive topics, and can accommodate participants' own interests and questions, which is really important and insightful now when we allow them to include their own concerns. Okay, next. Lastly, Makapilipinong Pananaliksik employs a participatory approach which allows participants to benefit from feeling valued, heard, and empowered. Research findings can be found to have greater relevance and resonance with the participants' communities. And validation sessions where initial results are presented back to participants is often a common feature. Okay, next. Next. So some of the challenges are that really, even though Psicolohiang Pilipino has existed for about 50 years as well, it's still fairly unfamiliar to those outside of our field. This can mean that people have difficulty securing support for the use of such methods and concepts, and there might not be enough training or guidance on how to use them, and can make people feel intimidated and can result in research that they're not very satisfied with. Next. So that's the end for this presentation. These are some of the resources you might want to visit if you are interested in more of this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ong, especially your talk on migration governance through local knowledge system on Filipino psychology. Okay, so we don't have much time here. We can entertain only one question, and please address your question to any speaker you would like your question to be addressed with. Okay, there's a mic there, and please approach the mic, state your name and your affiliation.
Good evening. Sister, I want to not really address what you said, but to maybe make a comment about the church and migration. In Nigeria, the church is the problem. Religion is the problem, honestly. Because the religious leaders will tell the young people that you have no future here, that you have to travel abroad. I see you. I see your visa. Your visa is here now. They give them all manner of false prophecies. And then they ask them to bring a lot of money. They will pray for them, and they will send them out there on the desert to go and die. Most of the young people that are going out there to die in the desert and in the Mediterranean Sea were sent out by the church. These religious pastors, they are our problem. And so when you talk about the church promoting migration and help people to, to get settled and get balanced, I see it as contradictory from where I'm coming from. You can see her behind you laughing because she knows what I'm talking about. The church is our problem in Nigeria, sister. I don't know.
Thank you for that comment. I cannot answer for the Nigerian church. Unfortunately. Yeah, because I am referring to the pastoral action point that had been released in 2018 as a response to the Global Compact of Migration. And that particular point of protecting is very strong also in the area of Europe, no? I cannot say anything how the church in Nigeria and what particular church you are referring to. Because the church that I am referring to is the Catholic Church, who in 2016 also Pope Francis was able to go to the UN discussing about this global compact of migration. And probably in the reality of of the Nigerian church, it is just right and proper but to reactivate and to enter into a dialogue in these churches, because here in the Philippines, in reality, other churches aside from the Catholic Church is also working together in order to address the concern of migration. I can attest on that because I've been also part of this particular different churches responses in order to mitigate the problem and concerns or issues of migration. I don't know if I relieve your comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sister. Okay, one last question if you want. Okay, yes, please.
Good afternoon. Ako si Ande from the Department of Migrant Workers. I like yung presentation ni Ma'am Michelle, kasi pag nasa gobyerno ka, when you are in government, sometimes you just run after the results, the KPIs, and that's really, of course, it's good kasi you have to show the results, di ba? Pero sabi nga natin, we're dealing with people. We're dealing with migrants. Many of them come to us because of problems. And hindi naman nasusolusyonan ito by giving them money or financial assistance. To a certain degree,
Sige,
yes.
sige.
But iniisip ko lang, hindi din naman natin kaya, we cannot help everyone who comes to us with financial assistance. But how can we help them? Siguro relating na ito with what Sister presented. How can we help them come to us, interact with us, and then come out with more dignity, with more humanity, and yung to be empowered to make better decisions for themselves and their families. So, nandito pala yung mga, ay wala na yung mga, ay siya, sina Afi, mga kasama namin from OWA. So siguro, this is something that we also need to think about as being with government. Na how do we interact and how do we really help I think in such a way na we address yung various dimensions of development at yung iba't ibang aspeto ng pagiging tao o yung pagkatao ng isang individual. Ako, I'll bring this back home sa DMW. And in fact, I'd like to invite, I'll talk to and I'd like to invite, yan, yung mga research na sa tingin ko dapat we should be hearing about, and also the messages that we should also be hearing about. Kasi while we are in government, we also need to do self-reflection in how we do things and in how we approach things. Kasi we have been doing this for the past 50 years. Ako, I've realized that when I came to when I started working on migration, migration was just around 17 years. So mas matagal na ako sa migration than when it started out. So parang we need to see the changes talaga that we want to see kasi we cannot go on doing things na business as usual. So yun lang po. It's not really a question, it's more of a reflection on my part.
Thank you. Professor Ong?
Thank you so much for the reflection. I actually want to also emphasize that when we think about ginhawa of migrant workers, that should not be thought of as separate from ginhawa of the service providers. So that's also something to consider, especially during the pandemic, you know, when all hell broke loose and it was the frontliners, no, people who were at the embassies, who were at these offices that had to deal with um people in crisis, right? And what to do now that we don't have any work or we have to be brought home immediately. So we have to also think about how to support our service providers, people who provide care, so that they are fully equipped also to nurture and to take care of, especially when migrant workers are in distress.
Okay. Professor Celero, any thoughts you want to add?
Um, I want to speak from I guess, on behalf of the academia, no, that because we also have, yeah, a lot of unpacking to do, no, and especially in facilitating dialogues. Now, we're very happy that we get to organize. Dr. Palumbar, we get to organize fora, symposium, also that everybody, gets to dialogue with everyone. Kasi unless you bring all the stakeholders in the same space, no, it's very hard to communicate. No, is this really a problem? Is this really something that we should care about? No, unless we are on the same page, no, the academics producing research, policymakers, no, NGO leaders, no, it's very hard to really be pro-migrant, no, in all of our, pursuit of, better policies, better programs, no, and improving the lives of our, migrants, no, in our midst, no. Yeah. So
Thank
yeah.
you. Yes, please, Sister Beth.
Thank you for that particular reflection and comment. It bring me about on the reflection when we were doing the consultation on the different documents of the church. Now, since 2016, there are many documents that have been released. And unfortunately, I've been sitting in the discussion. And one question that I really used to go in whenever there is a discussion is, where is the source? Who is the source of the information? Have you go back to or consulted the migrants themselves? Are you just representing their thoughts or did you ask them? Because if that is the case that you're doing, I don't understand much on how the framework is on the government. But the thing is, the church perspective is that of looking at the person with human dignity and understanding the integral aspect of human person, so that how we could respond to them. So that is how we are called to do. So that's why it's nice opportunity to sit down together and enter into a dialogue. Thank you.
Due to the interest of time, I really want to limit this to 2 questions, but I don't want to miss this opportunity because Professor Uzuma is really so keen into asking a question. Please do.
My name is Janestic, actually.
I'm
Uzoma
sorry,
is
Professor Denis.
yes. Yeah, thank you so much. I was really intrigued by the last presenter's presentation, Michelle. Right, because I'm very, very passionate about indigenous knowledge, decolonization, and stuff like that. And I crammed the word kappa. Kappa, right? Yes, because it's the same philosophy as Ubuntu in Africa and shared humanity, shared identity and all that. But my question is, back in my country and in my region, we suffer with some bit of resistance against local knowledge systems among the elite, the policymakers, the academicians, and even students in integrating this local knowledge system. So I wanted to hear your experience, because you said you've been at it since 1970s in psychology. What would you advise? What are the recommendations to open up space for these local knowledge systems in order to democratize and validate it and integrate it? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a big question, but I'm glad that it's being asked because that means there's interest in developing your own indigenous knowledge systems and methods also. And I speak from the experience of Psikolohiyang Pilipino. In our case, the huge a huge amount of work was really devoted to finding allies. So that means doing conferences like this, conversing with people, talking to like-minded others, finding advocates in the academe, in the government, people who work in non-government organizations who are open to the idea and who would like to experiment or see whether it is something that adds value to what they already do, to add value to their work. So I think maybe one of the things that you can begin with is to um, share the idea and see if there are others who are interested, whether in the same department or in our case, it's very multidisciplinary. So many other historians, anthropologists, linguists were crucial to the development or the inception of Psikolohiyang Pilipino. So that might be where the beginnings of indigenous work in Nigeria and Uganda might happen also.
Thank you, Professor Ong. I'm sure you have still questions, but please do ask or through email, okay, so we can coordinate your questions with our speakers. And to really synthesize everything that we have discussed today, please welcome up again Professor Ozuma and then Professor Chenistic.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sure we are so tired, but then it would be good to wrap this up nicely. So it will be like our takeaway from all that we've listened to today. I'm going to say a few things, and Janestic is going to wrap it up. We may repeat ourselves, but then it will be good. If we repeat ourselves, it means we have heard something twice. That way, you'll take it home. One of the takeaways today is that migration is inevitable. Man is by nature a migratory animal. We cannot all stay in one place. We must move. We must move. However, we are saying migration should be given a human face. Even if we move, let us have a good life where we are moving to, and let the people we are leaving behind when we move also have a good life. Therefore, we submit that migration should have a human face. That's one. Secondly, because we want migration to have a human face, it then means that there is need for us to have rules and regulations guiding migration. And so we need governance. Government must be part and parcel of migration to make rules and regulations, to form bilateral corporations so that when we migrate, we are not cheated, we are not abused. And even when we leave home, those who are leaving behind are also not cheated or abused. We also learned today that women appear to hold the short end of the stick when it comes to migration. Women suffer more. Women appear to have more to lose as a result of migration. Therefore, we need to have more policies that will protect women. Either when their husbands leave, they stay home with the children, or when they leave and the children stay alone. At the end of the day, it does appear as if women have the short end of the stick by nature of the kind of jobs they do, and generally because they are women, being women. And so it is important that in everything that we do, because we are creatures created by God, that it is important that we all have equal rights, whether we are migrants or not. If you're not a migrant today, you may be a migrant tomorrow as a result of something. So it's important that we all think about treating migrants well. If you treat migrants well today, if you have good policies for migrants in your own country, who knows? Tomorrow you may be a beneficiary of such good policies in other countries. So we all need to support policies that are meant for migrations, or policies that tend to give migration a human face. Finally, we cannot all do this if we do not have data. We need information. Data, data, data. The importance of data cannot be overemphasized. If you do not have data, you cannot make policies that are implementable. The only data that can help us to make implementable policies. Am I right?
Yes. Okay. Let me back you. Okay, thank you so much. I'll build on that and I won't take long. Uh, Another key takeaway is that migration, we had this in the morning, that migration should not be out of necessity, but by choice. But sometimes my own reflection that this choice is not adequately informed. So we need to add by informed choice. Just like when we talk about consent in research, we emphasize informed consent. Otherwise, we'll come to the conclusion that after all, you decided to go, okay? It was your fault, sort of. Then we also talked about, the challenge. I call it the challenge of a single story, the challenge of a single story of economic empowerment, remittances, etc., etc. Can we actually have multiple stories, multiple narratives about migration, right? Beyond remittances and economic benefits, what else can we document? What else do we need to analyze? We've talked about data, but I think the last speaker talked also about what's the source of this data? And is it only about empiricism, numbers, percentages, remittances, US dollars, or we are also digging deep into experiences, real lives, stories of people, human beings. That too must be treated as data, even if it concerns just one person. And the issue of language in our discourse on migration, the issue of the words that we use, okay? Exportation, seeking for other markets, right? Instrumentation of human beings, things like that. So can we as researchers, as practitioners, as policymakers, pay attention to language and what it means for human dignity and for the worth of the people that we are talking about if we really claim solidarity and, a shared capa, right? The importance of integrating issues of climate change and environmental disasters. I came here on Tuesday and I've not even seen how Milan looks. Is it Milan? Manila.
Manila.
Sorry, Manila looks like. I've been imprisoned.
For
real. I went to where we are living and I was brought by car into this building. I've not gone outside. And that's just a minor privilege that I came by car. But when somebody presented on these climate issues, if I remember well, she became emotional, if I remember well. And I was like, oh, we really need to pay attention to environmental disasters as strongly and hugely associated with migration, and that it's becoming even worse. Yes. So in your research, in other interventions, we need to pay attention to that from today's discussion. And we also cannot forget irregular migration that my sister from Nigeria talked about. And while we have challenges and threats and vulnerabilities associated with so-called regular organized migration, how about irregular migration? How much should we be attending to? And I asked a question on local knowledge systems. That means I also noted it as a critical takeaway from here. After all, it was part of the theme of this mini symposium. We need to strengthen the integration of local knowledge systems, of approaches that are meaningful to the people. It's not about what the expert thinks, it's about what the people find meaningful to them, to their communities, and to their families. I was thinking about the grandparents taking care of the children. I was thinking about who is imparting values to the children left behind, and how actually the community knows best, how to maneuver around that if we empower them through policy and programs that are informed by their own cultures and contexts. Finally, societies should be able to leverage this mobility and migration, for development, but also make sure that it is being ethical, it is safe, it is inclusive. I'm saying inclusive because sitting and listening to the model that Philippines is in terms of migration governance, I asked myself, all the examples that we have had about this country getting into agreements with Saudi Arabia so that the Filipino migrants are treated, more humanely, more equitably, and all that. And then I reflected on my own country, and the Ugandan migrant in Saudi Arabia is treated less than a Filipino migrant. That's the truth. And so I was like, so should CAPA be exclusive, or should it be inclusive of all humanity, right? You get that?
Yeah.
So should it be policies for particular nations or policies for human beings wherever they might be? Imagine if Saudi Arabia hosts migrants from 1,100 countries. So each of those 100 countries must get into a bilateral agreement with Saudi Arabia and monitor it differently for its citizens to be treated well in that country. What if we did it different to make sure that irrespective of race and nationality, the migrants are actually getting equal rights? So, thank you so much. I want to say that I really felt so enriched knowing that we have a shared humanity. Who knew that I would find Ubuntu in this room? Thank you so much.
And I want to ask a question. Why is it that no man came here today to talk?
Okay, thank you for that question, Professor Ozuma. Maybe that's for another round of symposium next time, okay, where we will invite all men. But okay, now we're down to the last part of our session, which is my closing remarks. Actually, being a director, as far as I know, you only play two roles. You open the store or you close the store. And this time I have to close the store, the event. But kidding aside, I really want to take this opportunity to thank our speakers and our participants as well for their generous sharing of experiences, insights, and presentations. I do hope that the messages that we got today will find their meaning in what you do. So again, I would like to thank Sister Beth for trusting and choosing UP-CIFAL to be your partner. I know this is just the beginning of so many partnerships and activities in the future, and also to my hardworking staff. They have made this event a possibility. So again, thank you so much, and have a great day to everyone. Thank you. Sorry, I was reminded, please, for final documentation, please come in front for a photo, for picture taking. Thank you.
Can we please invite everyone to the front of the stage for a quick photo opportunity? Thank you.